host of Talking with Famous People, and a man who believes in serving the public with announcements. That's why tonight I've titled this live stream, Friends Don't Let Dogs Drive. If you're letting your dog drive, you're engaging in a kind of reckless disregard for the well-being of others that you really ought to reconsider. I know. You trust your dog. Your dog's very persuasive. I understand that. But I'm still going to tell you, just say no. If dogs could drive, they'd be able to get driver's licenses. So what am I doing right now? Well, I just got back from the casino. I went to the casino in Turlock. I was there for quite a long time, actually. I don't remember exactly when I left, but it was still light out, right? So it was like, hey there, G. Hey there, Well, cats, it depends on the cat, obviously. Some cats are fine drivers, other cats are distracted drivers, but dogs across the board, they have some kind of like driving Dunning-Kruger. They think they're great drivers. That's why if you have a dog, it's almost certain that your dog has asked you to borrow the car. Well, so anyway, I went to the casino and I don't play slot machines, but I played 3-card poker and then I played actual poker. As always, I lost all the money I bought into poker for. But as usual, also, I won everything I lost at poker at 3-card poker. So it broke exactly even to the dollar. Which, if I left here at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is now 2 in the morning. It takes 3 hours of driving to go there and back. So that's still, it's still like 9 hours or something I was there, which is kind of crazy. It doesn't seem right. It didn't feel like I was there that long. But anyway, most of the time I was there was spent at, accomplishing nothing at the poker table for long stretches of time, and then eventually, I actually was up at poker for a while, but then I had like 450 in poker chips for a while, plus cash in my wallet. I got out. I took $500 to the casino to gamble with, and I returned with $500 exactly. I was up at the 3-card poker. I was like, okay, well, here's this 400. I'll make sure I leave break even. And this here, I'll just bet this. Either if I win to get 500, I'll set another 100 aside, or if I lose it, I'll just go. I lost it, I just went, What if you and your friend are both shit-faced and your dog had only one drink? Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Even the drunkest human is probably not that much worse than your average dog driver. And the main reason is because they don't have any thumbs. You're drunk, Son's 307? Well, good for you. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm a very successful gambler in the Rural Stars, in the sense that I like to gamble, but I'm not addictive about it at all. I'm a good gambler. I don't chase my losses. If I typically have a plan when I go in. Like if I double this amount, then I'll leave. And I almost always follow through on my plan. If I lose what I take out to go play with, I don't go back to the ATM or anything. Unintentionally, I quit drinking the day before Thanksgiving. Sobriety is boring. Boring. Well, listen, sobriety is a lot less boring with drugs. Because if I had to just be like clean and sober, I don't think I would have made it anywhere close to nearly 11 years without drinking like I have. But just sober but not clean, well, that's fine. That's not so hard to do, right? Quit drugs too, except for nicotine. Oh, well, that's a bad idea. You should never quit more than one thing at one time. If you want to quit drinking, then, say, all right, I'm going to have the difficult job of quitting drinking. So I need to get plenty of weed and other drugs and stuff that I like so that I'm not tempted to drink. Yes, dogs have the right to drive, whereas people only have the privilege. But dogs don't have ownership of cars, so it's only by the permission of their owners that we find so many people and dogs dying in car crashes. Am I drunk right now? No, I'm not drunk. I don't drink alcohol. I haven't drank alcohol in almost 11 years. Hi, Luke. Well, if it does, call me up. We'll stream together, all right? And then roll stars. Or, if you hook up some acid, I'll do acid with you too. That'd be fine. Hi, Luke. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Yes, me too. If it wasn't for weed, I probably would still be drinking. Weed helped save you from alcoholism. It certainly helped, preserve my sobriety in times when I might have otherwise buckled or something. Those days when I was at risk of returning to drinking are well behind me, but 4 grams is the magic number. It depends on the mushrooms. I actually find I like to take about half an eighth these days. But my consumption habits for mushrooms have changed ever since one night, like maybe a year or two ago, when I hadn't taken mushrooms for a while, for like over a month or something. And I ate a half ounce, and I was also on a bunch of Vyvanse. So that was like, I would have said prior to that, it's not really possible to trip too hard on mushrooms, but I was definitely tripping too hard on mushrooms that night. I felt like like I kept being in this loop, saying the same things over and over again, and I ended up taking a Klonopin to kill the trip because it just kept going too. It was like normally mushrooms are you can set your watch by them, right? They last 5.5 hours from start to finish. That's including the 20 to 30 minutes. I quit weed too recently after quitting drinking. I didn't plan it. I'm dealing with it better than I thought. Pink Floyd is perfect for sure. I'm not a huge Pink Floyd fan, and to be honest, I love playing music. I play the guitar and stuff, but I like playing music on drugs, whatever they are, but not on mushrooms. I don't know why. Right? It's like mushrooms isn't a very it doesn't link very much to music. The Blue Baron says, "You Yanks don't drink ever. The British would drink you Americans under the table." It depends on the American, right? My dad was a heavy drinker. He drank every night after work. He'd come home. I remember throughout my childhood, he'd come home from work, he'd pour himself a glass of wine, he'd drink the whole glass of wine down in one big gulp, and then he'd pour himself a second glass of wine, and then sit down and like begin eating food and sipping that glass of wine. He'd continue drinking through the evening and usually finish up with like tumbler of whiskey or something. And the weird thing is, I don't think I ever saw my dad drunk. It's like he was never irresponsible from alcohol, but eventually he had to quit drinking himself because he got jaundice when he was on a trip to Portugal. And then, like years later, like maybe 5, 10 years later, he started drinking again. Only at this time, he only would have like one beer or something like that. He's like, he just magically stopped being an alcoholic. My dad was crazy like that, though. No, my dad wasn't British. My family's of German ancestry. Germans can drink too, you know. I drank quite a bit before I quit drinking, but I was always kind of a lightweight, you know. You hear these stories in AA of people consuming crazy amounts of alcohol. I consume a fraction and I'd be passed out, you know. The mushrooms we have here, you take a heavy dose and you'll be tripping for 12 hours. Huh. Well, I don't like tripping that long, really. But I mean, it's fine if you're on acid and having a good trip. My dad worked hard and drank hard. A lot of people did it here, especially in the 70s and 80s. Yeah, my friend Dave and I were talking about this when he visited the other day. About he was telling stories about his friend Joe and his friend Craig, and their parents were both alcoholics. It was, I guess, a lot more normalized back then. I don't know. I just find alcohol is a difficult drug to incorporate into your life, even if I weren't a full blown, you know, unable to handle my alcohol person. Um, your advice: quit drinking because of a cyst forming on your lower pancreas. Huh. Well, have you tried taking cyst to be gone? Um, Animal stars didn't dig beer too much. Straight whiskey, sometimes vodka. My dad drank beer, wine, and liquor. But my mom, she didn't drink very much. She had an occasional glass of wine. Regardless, I was around alcohol all the time. And also, my dad, like when I was a little kid and I had the hiccups, my dad would give me a cap full of like brandy to make my hiccups go. So he was training me to drink from an early age. My mom caught him that one time, and she got mad at him, and he stopped after that. Anyway, it didn't matter though. It wouldn't have mattered what my role models were. It wouldn't have mattered what my dad give me or not. I was I was hungry for head change, probably from birth. Right? As a kid, I'd do these things like hyperventilate and stand up quickly to give myself a head rush and shit. The first time I drank alcohol, really, except for those things that like my dad gave me a capful, um, I was at this family Thanksgiving thing, and and they let their kids have like half a glass of wine with dinner because it was Thanksgiving. So I got my parents to let me do that too, and then I proceeded to continually fill up my glass and got to be the drunkest person there. Uh, well, David's dad was a functioning alcoholic working 12-hour shifts. He lost 6 pints of blood because he was a whiskey man from the Scottish Highlands and had an ulcer in his stomach and burst. Oh, well, sorry to hear that. It turned out he was fine. It was all a false alarm. He had just started his period. Where did that thing go? I just dropped it, but it just like disappeared. Oh, there it is. It got stuck in between my sock and my shoe. The Scottish Highlanders are hard men. I doubt that they are. I, on the other hand, Blue Baron, am a soft man. I'm soft as the prettiest princess in all the land. Well, I'd like you both to know that I think Scott is a good name for a dog. My dad, though, he was tough as nails, First, he served in the Navy, then he served in the Army. He worked very hard and also played hard. So, like, forget about the drinking. It's like when we had days off, I was always being dragged on vacation various places. I can't stand tequila though, which is weird because I'm part Mexican. Y yo soy mexicano también. Oh, sí. Bienvenidos. Hay demasiado chupacabras in este YouTube channel. Different generation, yeah. I mean, the thing is, my mom and my dad, they had such a rich and full life. Like, they didn't have me until they were 35 and I was their only child. Prior to that, they met because my mom was working as a teacher at the army base in Europe that my dad was also working as a wrestling coach at. He also played in the army, like traveling jazz band. And he also raced cars. Like, he raced Mini Coopers in Europe when my mom and him were there. I don't know. And then, they had me in during my time living with them and stuff. I went all over the place, but often to the same place many times. Like, I went to Hawaii many times. I went to Mammoth many, many times. But we also would like go to USC away football games, etc. Both my parents worked their asses off. And they still had energy to do stuff. I don't get that at all. Like, man, I don't want to go places. I don't want to go on vacation. Jesus, why do I want to go someplace that's less comfortable than my house to be like, okay, this is like a new physical spot with basically the same stuff that you have any place. Just why did I bother coming here? I don't like these kind of things. I don't like looking at sights. I don't like getting on a tour bus. I don't like sleeping in a hotel room. I used to think hotels were fun and exciting. Now I just think they're small and uncomfortable and have a small TV compared to my house. And I toured the States in '04 and couldn't keep up with the drinkers from Ohio. Well, the thing is, you'll get hard drinkers anywhere. And drunks, alcoholics, or hard drinkers, or whatever you want to call them, they're the same everywhere. They've got a problem with alcohol. Personally, I think it's a terrible drug to have a problem with. Obviously, plenty of people in the world don't have a problem with it. I'm not saying it's inherently bad or anything. But if you do have a problem with it, you're going to have a lot of suffering. Because it's a terrible drug to have a problem with. Hello, Eric. Today you were looking lazy. Well, I just got back from quite a long outing. I left around 4 something in the afternoon yesterday. I just got back at 2 a.m. now. So it's quite a long journey. Probably, I guess maybe I was gone a total of 9 hours. What'd you make? I mean, I was there 6 hours. It seems like I can't believe I was there for 6 hours. But anyway, I guess I was. Because I played poker. Poker takes for fucking ever. It's so slow. And of course, I lost all my money in poker. But then I got lucky and won all that I lost back at 3-card poker. First, I was winning at 3-card poker. Then my name finally got called for the poker table. I went over there and I played poker for a long time. Lost all the money I had, all the chips I had at the poker table. Then I went back to 3-card poker and I got all my losses back and I broke exactly even. You were the type of guy to gargle a banana long ways to feel at home. Gargle a banana long ways? Oh, I see. Hey guys, I'm not sure if you picked up on this, but he's suggesting that I like to suck on cock. Man cock, like a big big schlong. Wow, that's a clever metaphor you have there, Cytonic Space 44. You really got me. Did any song get stuck in your head at the casino today? Last time I went to the casino, Susu Studio by Phil Collins got stuck in my head. No. Well, Cytonic Space 44, I've never been to prison. So I think the type of guy to use powdered soap in prison because it takes longer to pick up would have to be a guy in prison. But I think you could really make this a lot more concise by just saying you are gay. this poor effort at artistry is backfiring on you. Rachel does look beautiful. She's a gorgeous, wonderful lady. I don't know. I've never been to prison. I mean, the thing is, I'm not a gambler either in the sense of being a bad kind of gambler. I go gamble occasionally, and on balance, since we've moved up here, if you add up all the total of all of my gambling, I'm up 4 figures, like low 4 figures probably. I usually seem to not lose very much, or when I don't have, I don't gamble big stakes. And why is Cyclops gay? Because he only has one eye, and it's a queer eye for the straight guy. You have hard eyes for me? Thanks, beautiful. I have hard eyes for you too. You make me extremely coquettish. Hi, Rachel. Oh my goodness. Look at me. At least that's sure if that's the main thing. I mean, the thing is, it's not the main thing for me. And that's why I can succeed at gambling. I don't go very often, and when I go because I want to be entertained by gambling. And it's not entertaining to lose money. When I do go to the casino and I have this amount I'm going to gamble and I just lose it all, I drive back home. I go, oh, why do you ever go do this? This is the stupidest thing in the world. What am I on? I'm on marijuana, I guess. Adderall. Nothing really. It's been a long time since I took any Adderall. Anything significant to say about this gold ring? Yeah, it's my wedding ring. My wife, Rachel, she's above you there in the chat by 2 people. Because he has one eye. I don't get it. Is there something wrong with me? Is that why I don't get it? Let's see. Why is Cyclops gay? Because he has one eye. Yes, she's a wonderful lady. She is so beautiful to be. She and I get along swimmingly. We've been together now for over 5 years. Yeah, we just used them a couple days ago when Dave was here visiting. The thing is, they're not constantly hooked up to the PA because, if you look here, we've got PA speakers there and there. But because I want Rachel to have an accessible trash can, and because I can't put the trash can, the woofer, and the table, and that table with the PA on it right here, ergo, I have to move this over here and move this trash can out of the way before I can actually use the PA. But yeah, and then I bring the mic mic stands out. The mics are inside that PA there, right there, and I've got like guitar amp, bass cabinet, bass amp, and I've got guitar and bass. I've got a little pata, a couple harmonicas. I can't. Those slot machines. The casino I went to doesn't have any slot machines. It just has table games and poker. The casino I sometimes go to, Chuchansky, it has slot machines, but I never play slot machines. What's me and Rachel's special song? I think it's There are places I remember. That song. That's what I think it was our song. Because I think she and I both understand our relationship to be supplanting the past in some sense. Like it says in that song, basically saying, I'm not that attached to my SI. I'm not that attached to my old friends and past memories and shit. Cause this is correct. And now that I experience it, I see how inferior all of my previous attempts at romance were. People say the British are past it. Who says the British are past it? I think the British have done a great job of exiting the European Union's currency misadventure. Call it that. I think the Brits are very proud of themselves for removing themselves from the EU's currency misadventure. The Blue Baron, you know that ain't it. I think the British are badass. I mean, there was a time when the sun never set on the British Empire. The British, I mean, is there anybody more awesome in contemporary history than Winston Churchill? Because, Winston Churchill was all over this shit way before anybody else was, He was like, we got to go full blast, guns blazing against this Hitler guy. He's a fucking dick, And everyone's like, yeah. And Neville Chamberlain's like, I say, Winston, you're very barbaric. I'll go make peace with Adolf. Yeah, wow. Winston Churchill knew better. And you know what? For what I understand, that famous speech of his, we will fight them on the beaches, fight them in the Mia. It was originally delivered in one of those Houses of Parliament. I'm not sure, House of Lords, House of Commons, I'm not sure. But it delivered in very fiery and passionate fashion to the legislators and other government people. And it lit an incredible fire under the whole assembly. And then they said, do the speech again for the British people. And he's like, I can't manufacture that enthusiasm again, I already shot my delivery load on the authentic speech. Just give it again anyway. So it's like, we will fight them on the beaches. We will fight them in the streets. Our babies will stab them in the face. But you know what? The thing is about who's like tough and badass. The reality is, by far, the toughest, most badass people of that time period were the Japanese. And it did not serve them well, right? The Japanese, they didn't even have supply lines for their troops. Their troops were expected to feed themselves off of the countryside as they conquered and pillaged and stuff, Crazy. The Japanese were dead set committed on having their babies go out and like arming their babies and saying, kill them until you're dead. threw themselves off of cliffs because rather than be captured by Americans, even if they were civilians. It's crazy. Well, you know what, Luke? You can't win a few World War IIs without breaking a few omelets. All right? So just deal with it. Bingo, schmingle. Nobody cares about your actual history, okay? We care about our heroes. Look up Churchill's dog in the manger quote about the Palestinians. Well, I mean, I'm sure that Churchill had plenty of things that haven't aged as well as some of his other things, you know. Not everything ages well. So the thing is, I'm not so worried about that because Churchill gets to go down in history having been right about the Soviets. Yes, we should have gone on and knocked out the Soviets at the same time. And we should never have given up in Korea. Look what it cost us. Look what it's cost the world. It's cost the world decades of North Korea. Well, we should have never gotten involved in Vietnam, in contrast, you know. It's so stupid to say we shouldn't have given up in Korea. So you're fine with the enslavement of that entire population of North Koreans, all filled with parasites. They don't even have sewers. They have a guy who goes in a truck and you come out with your bucket of piss and shit and he pours it into the truck. It's insane. Okay, but yes, after we conquered Germany and Japan, though, it was still Stalinism. Churchill was absolutely right. Stalin was just as bad, if not worse, than Hitler and Mussolini. Somehow the Emperor of Japan just walks off scot-free and this whole thing smelling like roses. Boy, he said after the war, I told you guys, I told you we shouldn't have had that war. Listen, Japanese people, I'm your emperor and I'm telling you, I'm not going to ever let those bad Japanese make this mistake again. Hirohito, you piece of shit. So even if the Soviets did save the world in World War II, we could have done the actual Russian people a favor and gotten rid of communist, authoritarian, totalitarian, Stalinist bullshit, right? We would have preserved also the economies of the Western world because there wouldn't have been this massive arms race and we wouldn't have gazillion nuclear weapons and shit like that, you know? Are the Brits going to get involved in Ukraine? I mean, the Brits don't have the obligation to get involved in Ukraine. The Americans do because we're the ones who signed the Minsk agreements where when we took their nuclear weapons and promised to protect them if Russia ever aggressed. So, you know, if you were alive back then and you thought that it was a good idea for the United States to take Ukraine's weapons, then you too agree that the United States should be on the ground militarily in Ukraine and pushing the Russians back to their borders and preserving Ukrainian sovereignty and autonomy. And no, the United States should not ever enter militarily Russian territory, actual Russian territory, right? Because then you're escalating. But absolutely we should be on the ground. You know, absolutely we have troops on the ground in the Ukraine. I don't care about any country. That's not the United States. Let them solve their own BS. Well, Jesse, that's fine. Then the United States shouldn't promise Ukraine that we'll be there to protect them when the Russians invade them if they give us their nuclear weapons. We shouldn't make that deal, right? If we're not willing to follow through on it. Nevertheless, Jesse Miller, we Americans, all of us, promised to do that via our representative democracy and our international agreements, and most people thought it was a good idea. regardless of whether Ukraine owes us hundreds of billions of dollars at this point, the idea that somehow it's in our best interests to let bald-faced Russian aggression go unchecked is, you are the Neville Chamberlain of 2024. Cold War was insanely expensive, right? Where we should have taken out Stalin when it was easy. Kick out Russia from Ukraine before they get too entrenched, Same thing. We're just giving them Poland. It's fine, right? Right, Jesse Miller? Listen, it's not our problem. Let Hitler have Poland. I'm sure that'll appease him. He'll be full because it takes a while to consume all that Poland, and he won't bother anybody else, right? No, it's an analogy, right? This conversation started with what we should have done at the end of World War II, and Ukraine came into it, and somebody else brought up Ukraine, and I'm saying, no, Ukraine is exactly a corollary to what happened in World War II, except in the contemporary moment, we don't have actual strong leaders in the free world, and we don't have a catalyzing incident like Pearl Harbor to drag the American population's fervor. The thing is, we shouldn't be making decisions on fervor and passion regardless, right? We should be making decisions on what is the dispassionately correct thing to do, factoring everything in, I'm not a boomer, Luke. I didn't say Stalin was worse than Hitler. I said Stalin may have been worse than Hitler even, right? Certainly he killed more people. He viewed his own population as nothing more than cannon fodder. He had a torched earth policy towards his own lands when they invaded. But regardless, Stalin was the most, he was just, maybe Google the stats on how many people each of them killed. The point is, mental gymnastics falling off the beam? Jesse Miller, I'm making distinct points, right? So I'm saying that we ought to do this for the following reason. And you've not addressed what I say we ought to do or why I say we ought to do it. So until you do that, we're still waiting for you to take your turn. I'm not a right-winger either, Luke. I'm not a left-winger either, nor am I a moderate. I'm a correctist. Well, it's pretty hard to collect from a country that's being held in a state of war by a vastly superior opponent, militarily superior, If you really want to collect from them, we better make sure they survive, right? The thing is, the reason Ukraine is not part of NATO is because they don't have anything to offer militarily to justify the obligation that admitting them to NATO would obligate us to, right? But the ridiculous thing is, it shouldn't matter to us because we're already obligated. It's just that we don't take that obligation seriously because it's not something like NATO, which is a treaty with long established precedent that everybody believes that everybody will actually follow through on. I can tell you we have no business paying for wars in foreign lands. Well, I mean, in general, I agree with you, right? I'm not in favor of unnecessary use of force. I also understand that when we pussyfoot, there's a good chance that we end up getting dragged into a big, long, messy affair, right? So if I had been president when Donetsk and Luhansk had been subjected to false flag operations by undercover Russian troops pretending to represent a Russian population in those two cities that wanted, independence from Ukraine, which is not was not actually representative of what was going on there at all. If I had been president when those uprisings occurred, I would have had the military in Ukraine at that moment, and it would have been very evident to Putin that not on my watch. And you know what he would have done? He would have pulled his troops back, and he would have waited until a weaker president came into office. And we wouldn't have wasted all that money on Ukraine. But that requires clarity of vision, understanding what needs to be done, when and why. And why. That's the important thing, right? So, and the will to do it when it can be effective. I'm very often telling the world, like, don't do this terrible idea. It's a terrible idea. And then history proved me right. The thing is, the problem we have is that because people don't normally make determinations about what ought to be done and not done on principled, disinterested deliberation, but rather on their passions, right? Their passions, their fears, things like that. Because people don't use that disinterested deliberation to make determinations about these sort of things, we end up in a mess like this, where we're sort of helping Ukraine. It's like, are you going to get an abortion or not? Right? Like, make a decision. Don't and there's only one good decision to make when it's timed right. It's like at the moment when it needs to be made, that decision needs to be made and the action needs to be taken then, and then we don't have this whole morass thereafter. But because people like you are interested in their passions and their fears rather than an actual kind of reality thing, which is predicated on both principled jurisdictional limits, principled allegiance, which is to say siding with the right people versus the wrong people, and a willingness to be pragmatic and decisive when it's going to both line up with principle and produce better impacts. But the thing is, you have to also be willing to recognize the limits of your own impact calculus. So for people who use utilitarianism to justify things and their positions and stuff, well, they don't get that utilitarianism is not a normative framework, because it can't inform you as to whether you're making the right moral decision until after the action's been taken and the impacts have all occurred and been calculated, right? And number two, they overestimate vastly their ability to calculate impacts. Okay, capitalism, Luke. Hey, Luke, what are you chatting on right now? Is it your communist punch card computer? Don't tell me. Please tell me, Luke. Actually, do please tell me this. Please tell me you're typing on some kind of Apple laptop, like Air Pro or whatever they're fucking called. That would just be the ultimate hilarious hypocrisy from you. iPhone, yeah. Luke, who's chatting on YouTube with me on his iPhone, is critiquing capitalism because he has no ability to detect hypocrisy in himself, apparently. Obviously, we're all much better off because we are able to do this, right? I'm able to, in the middle of the night, with no problems at all, talk to people all over the world using my Samsung phone and watching concurrently on my Vizio TV while my HP laptop is, projecting it onto the TV, and my PS5 sits static and waits to entertain me later. Why is this a good thing? Because obviously, if you're right, Luke, if you're right, then it's a great thing because it empowers your ability to communicate. Of course, if it's a great thing, then you're wrong. It's important to remember that nobody in government should be looking to increase the wealth of voters, because government cannot increase wealth. That's not what it does, right? it decreases wealth by taxing you. If you wanted that taxation to be truly redistributionist, then you could imagine a scenario where tax dollars are redirected into checks cut to every citizen, in which case then you would actually be increasing, I don't know if you'd be increasing wealth, but you'd be increasing at least liquidity, for large numbers of people. That's why that's the only kind of like social program that actually works, is get tax dollars and then cut it into checks and send it out to everybody. That works, but people don't like that, because if you do that, it only works if there's no means testing. That means you get your tax dollars and you send out an equal check to everybody who qualifies demographically. It can't be economically. So in other words, you can't say only poor people get this check, and you can't say poor people get more, right? Everybody's got to get the same amount, but it could be limited, like only people from 20 to 60, or only people from, whatever. But if you wanted to have kind of anti wealth disparity policy action, then it would need to be of that sort. One thing that we have plenty of, that's not necessarily right. We've had instances already in American history where we've been issued stimulus checks. That's an example of what I'm talking about that's not ongoing, right? Stimulus checks are actually good for the economy because they give people cash money with no strings attached, and it's not predicated on means testing. How much money did I give to the poor this year? I mean, hopefully none, but I did give a couple bucks to this lady in the parking lot at the casino earlier. Figured it'd be good luck, on the way in. I had a bunch of quarters in my pocket because I had planned to spend them on getting a lighter. But then I got some other things at the bootjack market, so I had to use my card anyway. Giraffes can drive fine. So the thing is, I don't believe in this infantilized group of people that you don't need to respect, that you call the poor, So, for example, if I'm standing in front of my house watering the lawn, and you pull up in front of my house and go, "Oh, look at you, you poor man. Here's $1. I'm going to be offended, or at least be like, no thanks, get the fuck out of here. So I'm going to be like that, right? I have enough respect for other human beings that I don't try to give things to people who don't ask me for things. Jealous person has come here. I wanted to make a beautiful world, no fight, no bomb, only love everywhere. Well, you can't make that world because, unfortunately, you don't get to control Putin. You don't get to control Kim Jong-un, right? Well, the thing is, while I'm acknowledging that stimulus checks and or, in theory, if you were going to have something ongoing as a UBI, that works in terms of actually redistributing wealth, and it works in terms of actually increasing, at least temporarily, liquidity of people who have less wealth, as well as also doing the same for people who have more wealth, but it matters less to them and it's less impactful. So, so the thing is, most magnificent. I enjoy your creative use of words, but maybe are you joking or what? I don't know. I don't know what to make of what you're saying, dude. It's clearly, you're clearly inflamed with passions and like married to stuff. If you weren't, then you'd be listening to me and learning things rather than trying to tell me things and sounding silly. All right. So, Pretty Cat says instead of stimulus checks, just cut taxes. Well, I mean, Pretty Cat, that's a little disingenuous because it is the case that that there are certain low-income populations that pay essentially nothing in federal income taxes, and so for them, it wouldn't be a net economic benefit to cut federal taxes. So if you actually want to improve, like, yeah, I'm saying what I'm saying is if you want to, if your policy objective is to address wealth disparity directly, that's the only way to successfully do it with government. The government doesn't increase people's wealth, is what it doesn't do, right? It taxes people and spends money on stuff. Government is operating costs of a free and civil society, in our case, hopefully. It's not a way to increase people's wealth. So, because Winston Mom said earlier, well, you can be sure that none of these billionaires in Trump's administration care about increasing the average American's wealth. Well, they should absolutely not, right? That's not their job. Now, it is true that indirectly, we would lift all boats if we were to say eliminate the capital gains tax, which is probably the single most harmful piece of federal economic policy, except for maybe Social Security. I don't know. I mean, it's a toss-up. Social Security or capital gains tax. They're both incredible drags on the economy. And the thing is this though. It's like let's say uh, let's say you're Colorado University and you've got an incredibly shitty football team, right? And you hire Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders comes in and says, okay, all of you guys who are on my football team, go ahead and transfer, please. Yeah, I don't really want you guys. And maybe he picked one or two out and said, actually, I think I want to keep you. But he basically cleaned house. He's like, get out of here. And we're going to just, we're going to be, meritocracy. And we're going to prioritize the best possible players and best possible team we can get here in Colorado. So what ended up happening is because of austerity measures, which is to say, because Deion Sanders understood that he couldn't he couldn't lift the whole University of Colorado up without excising the interests of these specific Colorado students, right? But that once he did that, once he prioritized the health of the program, that everybody in Colorado would be better. The fans would be filling the stadium. The athletic director would look good. The players would be succeeding. They get national awards like the Heisman Trophy. They'd be winning a bunch of games, etc. So it's like the message here is system integrity is what matters. If we can eliminate these artificial drags on economic prosperity, it's not going to directly make this poor person richer, right? We have to be smarter than that. We should be smart enough to recognize that if we eliminate the capital gains tax, if you want to count articulable impacts without looking big picture, you're going to say, well, this is benefiting people who aren't that poor necessarily. I mean, it's also benefiting poor people who are smart enough to invest, right? But but that's because they don't understand the impacts on investment liquidity and what you call wealth atrophy or something like money staying locked in one place and the negative impacts that has on the economy as a whole. So what you're going to get is people going, we need to fix wealth disparity. And then someone smart says, well, let's get rid of the capital gains tax. And then those people are going to say, that helps the rich people. Not getting that if you put more water in the swimming pool, everything on the swimming pool floats up, right? What generates new wealth in any nation, including this one, is new productive endeavor. In other words, people doing something useful for other people creates new wealth. It's a metaphysical quality first. Then the government prints currency to keep pace with the increased wealth in the country. The reason we had such an inflationary crunch after COVID is because they kept quantitative easing, which is what they call printing new money, but we didn't have any longer new wealth being actually generated because nobody was really working. So the thing is, this same principle applies when it comes to investments. You want the investor to be able to be as responsive as possible to the investment environment. In other words, you want them to be able to pull their money out of one investment and put it into another without paying any taxes. And if we were to do that, it would basically, whatever 15% of capital gains we're losing in capital gains taxes would be way more than compensated for in terms of added wealth for the actual American, average American. Because remember, giving the government money does not make poor people richer. And the answer to wealth disparity is not making rich people poorer. If there's a problem with rich people being too privileged, then the problem is actually that not everybody is that privileged. It's like, hey, you have enough food to eat and you have leisure time and spending money. That's not good because there's a poor person over there who doesn't have that stuff. A sane person goes, well, how can we improve the world such that our poor are less poor than they are now and our rich are even richer, And when we frame it like that, we have to understand then that we can only do the kind of things the government can do. So it's like government's not there to increase people's wealth. What government can do is know where it needs to get out of the way and where it needs to regulate for good economic impacts that are fair and as level playing field as possible. The problem is if you think like, hey, this team, they always suck. They're always losing by so much. Let's change the rules so that the results are more even, so they don't lose all their games. It's more fair that way. Well, before you know it, you've destroyed your sports league, right? Because now there's nobody. Now there's not. It's not meritocracy. Eric Trump pours concrete. Who's Eric Trump? Does Trump have a son named Eric? Or are you saying I'm like Trump? I'm not like Trump at all. Trump's a complete freaking retard. I'm obviously smart. If you ask Trump to explain why, yeah, you will never get a good answer for anything. If you ask me why, you will always get a good answer. Or, I don't know if that's the correct answer. In which case, it's a good answer. Now, I'm not going to imagine those things, Uncle Fatty, because what you're doing is you're playing those darn meows. And that's part of the huge problem America has, is people like you engaging with the thing in terms of personalities and in terms of passions. We need to get rid of this fixation on personalities and passion. Your passion makes you unfit to engage with politics. And anybody who's very passionate about things is like, who knows what's right, what the right outcome is before they know anything else. No business ever thinking about or talking about politics. It's a specialty, right? The health of us all, the well-being of us all depends on people like me getting into office and not people like the voters who care about politics at all, right? You can have anything that you want, but you better not take it from me. Zaxel Road. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Uncle Patty. You know what? I really appreciate your disinterested calculus about this matter. You are really stepping back and saying, you know what? You're right. Fuck my feelings. And I appreciate that. And I'm going to say it for me too. You know what, everybody? Fuck my feelings too. Well, eliminate the Department of Education is not my idea, and neither is eliminate capital gains tax. Both of these things are ideas that all sane people agree with. Okay, that's an exaggeration. That all people who understand correctly agree with. Nobody who understands correctly is in favor of a capital gains tax because it's fundamentally unfair. It's double taxing stuff. And it discourages investment in favor of consumption for some god unknown reason. You don't want to disincentivize, you know, capital doing work. You don't want to disincentivize capital doing work. That's the bottom line. The fortunate thing in the world is that most people aren't like me. The world I'm describing is not a world well suited for me, okay? Like, I have capital sunk into this rental property over there that has sat empty doing absolutely nothing since we bought it almost a year ago because I'm so dumb when it comes to that kind of stuff, right? Like, I would have been better off just leaving that money. But actually, it was just sitting in the trust account. But I would have been better off just investing that money in the portfolio. Instead, we bought this house and then we had to cash out the money from the portfolio. It's like, oh God. But most people aren't like me. Most people are incentivized by things that are sensible. How much would I charge for rent? Well, we're gonna rent it as a vacation house. If I could get like 21 or 2,200 a month for it, even 2,000 a month for it, and know I had good tenants, I'd probably just go with that. It would be less work, and I'd be able to just kind of like stop thinking about it for until those tenants moved out or something. But we tried putting it on the monthly rental market at about 2,000, and we only got one call on it. Now, granted, we only put up like flyers and community poster boards. We didn't actually put it on anything, but I don't know. It's we can make probably an extra 1,500 a month if we have it as a vacation rental. That's a sizable amount, you know. So I think we're gonna do the vacation rental. Well, I mean, I agree that the Republicans, the right is more, as you say, tribal than the left. But I would also say that the right advocates bad policies that are less destructive than the left's bad policies in general. So, you know, our raging deficit in the face of $4.1 trillion of tax revenue a year is the result of primarily the catastrophically bad incremental badness of the left. But obviously, both the left and the right have been correct on various issues across time, you know, and continue to be that way. So generally, the left is correct about environmental stuff, but not about climate change. Yes, they're correct that climate change is anthropogenic, but they're not correct that we should mitigate it with carbon reductions. You know, the right was correct in general about being opposed to COVID alarmism, but for the wrong reasons. And meanwhile, the left embraced COVID alarmism also for the wrong reasons. Uncle Fatty, do you live near me? I mean, that's the other thing is, I would have nevertheless been prepared to vote for a Democrat who didn't maximally represent the worst parts of that, right? Which Kamala did. Kamala Harris was a complete fucking nightmare of a disaster beyond anybody's imagination, I think. It's like, I don't think any of us knew who she was at all. And then all of a sudden we realized, oh my God, who is this horrible, horrible, horrible person? She's a former prosecutor who the total lack of intuition. It's, it's like the only way to help that woman would be to stand in front of her and spend literally 48 hours continually slapping her cheeks back and forth. Maybe then you could slap some sense into her. But the problem with the right is like authoritarianism, it's xenophobia, it's it represents as both isolationism and kind of like imperialist aggression. Uh, yeah, those are you've got various problems with the right. So if you wanted to say like, well, what's the biggest threat from Trump? Well, the biggest scary thing is he doesn't seem to respect transition of power in a constitutional democracy very much. Um, so obviously, the biggest threat he poses is harming checks and balances, institutions of democracy, habits of democracy, etc. I don't think that America is going to actually experience a coup where Trump stays in office after his 4 years. I just don't think that's going to be the case. I think it's very, very unlikely. But do I think it's possible that, another couple of years, we'll get another time of some president coming in and saying, like Obama did, so some of us who are doing well need to give a little bit more. Give a little bit more taxes to the federal government. They have $4.1 trillion in tax revenue, which is like, what is it, like a fifth of something or a fourth of the GDP every year? I mean, you're taking like 25% of the whole GDP in taxes for the federal government? I mean, because obviously the taxation pyramid should be you pay the most taxes at the local level, medium at state, least at the federal. You want your money to be spent where you actually are. You want things decentralized like that. When you have centralized power getting all the resources, then you end up with horrible things like the Soviets' 5-year plans and stuff. It just doesn't work because each of us is independently empowered equally well as an agent to make decisions for ourselves. And accordingly, the fewer people you have representing the more people, and the more centralized, the fewer resources they should receive. That's why the federal government is intended to be the government that governs the states rather than the people. Unfortunately, post-World War II, there was a combination of prosperity and hubris, right? So the U.S. had suddenly a booming post-war economy and a wholehearted belief that war was the answer. After all, the good guys had won, solved the problems of World War II, bada bing, bada boom. It was also well understood that war was necessary. After all, the world's filled with Hitlers, and if we don't step up and stop them, they'll just run roughshod over everything. Well, and the combination of those two things, the federal government grew and grew and grew. Obviously, military-industrial complex is one factor of that. But I don't lament the fact that America has a strong military. I don't know if it needs to be as strong as it is. But once the feds start getting their hands in various things, then, oh, we've got our hands in this pie. And now we fucked it up. And we need more money to fix our broken pie. And all of a sudden, you got all these bureaucracies justifying their budgets and shit. It's like, oh, God. You got a Department of Education, even though that's clearly not within the purview of the federal government. It's not one of their enumerated powers. You got a drug enforcement agency that's clearly not an enumerated power of the federal government. I'm sorry, it just isn't, right? You could say it's justified by interstate commerce if, in fact, the thing that they were dealing with was commercial, but drugs are illegal. Well, Uncle Fatty, it's both true and false. Okay, so look, the thing is, the federal government, the Supreme Court has incorporated much of the Bill of Rights. To incorporate the Bill of Rights is to say this is a right that is protected not only from federal interference, but from state or local interference as well. So, for example, the First Amendment is incorporated. The Second Amendment is incorporated, and the Supreme Court has ruled that every individual in America has an individual right to own a firearm, and your state can't countermand that, right? But I don't think the quartering of soldiers one. No, that would be incorporated. Search and seizure, I think, is incorporated. Fifth Amendment's incorporated. Six, I don't remember. Anyway, the point is, I agree with you that it's a good thing when the federal government acts as the protector of individual rights against overreach by the states. But it's just as likely that the federal government is going to be the one violating rights and the states are going to be protecting them. Look at marijuana, for example. State of California legalized it. The federal government still thought it was, a scheduled drug of the worst sort. So who was violating rights? Well, the feds were, and the states were correct. Regardless, the point is, if the feds hadn't overreached in their legitimate authority by putting together a DEA, then that person growing weed in their backyard wouldn't have ever been subject to a federal prosecution, right? So the point is, when the federal government does stuff is one thing. When the judiciary protects individual rights, that's another thing. The Bill of Rights was put there specifically to guarantee rights for the people by and large, right? So it says in the 10th Amendment that there are other rights not listed here, and if they're not listed here and they're not the authority of the federal government, then they belong to the states and the people respectively, right? Well, okay. Uncle Fatty, that's fine as long as you're not under 40. Because the Social Security system, first and foremost, it removes huge amounts of wealth from the economy for a long stretch of time before putting it back into the economy. Concurrently, it's not investing that money, so it's not growing, right? So the money that they pay back is worth substantially less than the money they get out, and much later on, right? Social Security is going broke as an endowment because it just doesn't make any economic sense. Like, the young can't continue to support all these old people who paid in actual dollars a tiny fraction of the actual dollars that the young people are paying in because dollars are worth so much less, You could say that it's a wash for the old people because the dollars they put in are worth less too. But the thing is, they could have invested in themselves if they weren't taken out with Social Security and have a much better return on investment. Now, it's true there's no guarantee they would, but we need to stop trying to prevent people from making choices we don't think are wise. It's like the least wise choice is for us to think that we know best for everybody what they should choose. I don't know best how you should deal with your retirement. If I told you, let's say you were earning money just under the table, just cash, government wasn't taking any of it. And I would come over to you and say, listen, I need you to give me 20%, let's say, of your income. I'm going to take 20% of your dollars here. I'm going to hold on to these for you, though, okay? I'm going to hold on to these for you for 40 years. And 40 years from now, I will give them back to you because I don't think you can be trusted with these dollars right now. You might not prepare for your future. If it was me doing it, right? You'd be like, who the fuck are you? Thank you. I'll deal with my own money. Thank you. You don't need to plan my retirement for me, Eric. It's like you didn't even plan your own retirement. What are you trying to plan mine for me? Well, that's exactly what the federal government is saying to everybody who's an employee on wages or salary. You'll note who doesn't pay Social Security taxes. Anybody who's operating as an independent contractor / corporation, they'll pay corporate taxes. And it's like there are a variety of ways that rich people utilize to not have to participate in any of that stuff, right? Like, I'm obviously not paying anything into Social Security. Why should I? But I bet I'll get something back eventually because I did pay into it when I was younger as a teacher. Do I wish I could go back in time and not pay into Social Security? Absolutely. Like, it doesn't make me feel more secure because nobody can live on a Social Security check. This fantasy of a world where there's so much prosperity in the country and population demographics are such that people die on the younger side, etc., that we can have this pseudo-communist age, like let's remove this huge chunk of wealth from the economy, wait for it to depreciate a whole bunch, and then put it back in. Is it just a fundamentally terrible idea that anybody should be able to see how terrible that is? Think how much less money is worth now than it was even 20 years ago. I go to the store, sometimes it's like $300 for their grocery trip or more even. That's insane. Groceries used to be so cheap, So remember, while Joe's retirement money is being held by the federal government so that it can be worth a lot less when it's given back to Joe. If he had that money and invested it, he would probably do better than inflation and end up with more wealth rather than less wealth after 40 years or something. It's a very, very obvious thing, but I don't know, people don't get it. I don't know. Because people are engaging in these things with their fears and their passions. That's why. And I get that. It's like I don't mean to. I know it can be kind of like, no, you're so stupid, blah, 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 blah. And I shouldn't be like that because the thing is, we're all human and we're all subject to getting scared. We're all subject to feeling angry, wanting to fight hard on behalf of these victims or something like that. All of that is very normal, good human condition stuff. It's just so it's kind of like the problem isn't that people have those passions, have those fears, that they voice them, that they enter into their political considerations. The problem is we don't have a paradigm that says there's a chunk of the population who is inherently subjective in their deliberation with introverted feeling. And they may find it more difficult to be dispassionate or disinterested about political matters. But we should be teaching all the kids, like, if you find that you have trouble being disinterested, dispassionate about political matters, if in other words you're really mad at these guys or those guys or blah, 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 then it's good for you to voice your thoughts. But remember, you shouldn't try to get engaged in politics too much. You shouldn't try to run for office. You shouldn't vote because um, because the right people who will actually take your interests and what your positions are and stuff in mind are not like you. They're not consumed with with what they want to be the case. It's like I'm not consumed with what I want to be the case. I'm consumed with what is correct. And I'm not even consumed with it. I'm reflexively, unavoidably disinterested in my calculations. I have a very difficult time lying to myself about anything. So if you say if you make a good point or correct, almost without exception, I'll be like, oh, you're right. I stand corrected. Let me change what I just said to be the new correct thing. But most people can't do that, and they aren't understanding it like I'm going to determine what's correct. They're understanding it like I know intuitively what's correct, and I just need to find the arguments that convince everybody else. I don't have them yet, but I still know I'm correct. Well, of course, you can't. It's not possible to know you're correct if you haven't adequately justified it and subjected those justifications to scrutiny, and if they haven't stress tested, then there's no reason to think you're correct at all. Um, a mini trip for. I have to go inside. The chat moved away from what I was reading. Mini, mini, moo, moo, pocket full of poo poo. Good point. The moon is full of mini, moonu, moo, moo, pocket full of poo poo. I can open other tabs instead of using my memory now. That's one reason I prefer the computer when peopling. I hear you about the size. It's just that I spend hours every day studying this. Studying the size. I've got lot of a lot of conflicted relationship with my introverted sensing. I have a tendency to realize I'm hungry only when I'm quite hungry. But the same thing is true for basically all my SI stuff. I tend to not drink enough liquids. I tend to not sleep enough until I'm really sleepy, and then I have a very difficult time making schedules because, like, okay, well, I want to meet with you on Wednesday at 11 a.m. Okay, I'll put it on the calendar. But, then it could be Tuesday night. I stay up all night and I go to bed at 5 in the morning, and then I sleep through the appointment, and I'm like, oh, I try not to. Very nice. I'm assuming you didn't take acid when walking through nature. Uh, maybe she didn't. I don't know. A beautiful mind is a mind like-minded like yours, and only subjectively through your own view of people in general, really lol. I mean, I don't care whether people's minds are beautiful, ugly, or some other adjective. What I'm saying is, matters of public policy are matters that affect us all. So instead of selecting the person who you think is going to make decisions that you like most, select the person who's best at making decisions. I want to invent a guitar whose strings are based on our astrological natal chart. The idea is the strings are from our planetary placements. You need to have 9 strings then, Winston's mom. If you have 9 strings, it's no longer a guitar. I don't know what that instrument would be. I guess it would somewhat depend on how the strings are tuned, maybe? If the first 6 strings were tuned like a guitar, you might be able to call it a guitar, I guess. You call it Guitar Plus. I mean, that would be, you'd be learning a whole new instrument, basically, because your chords would have to, like your bar chords would have to cover 9 strings instead of 6. And not like a 12 string, which is really just a 6 string with octaves. I guess you could have those 3 strings be octaves or something, but that's not going to work for fingerings. Might as well just have 2 fretboards, I guess. 6 on one, 3 on the other. Feels good to go to the bathroom. That's one of those SI things that, you know, even though I have a very conflicted relationship with my SI, the conflicted part means it's not just all bad. It's like, when I do settle into some SI experiences, I tend to find them very wallowy, you know. When I get into bed, I roll around, oh gosh, what a wonderful bed. Because, I guess that's just a 4th slot SI thing, and I under prioritize SI because it's weak, 4th slot. You might call aspirational or delegatory. And so it's overdue when it happens and it feels good, you know, whether it's a shower, sleep, food, peeing, drinking liquids, whatever. Close your eyes and I'll fist you. Tomorrow I'll fist you. In both your puss and up your butt. Hey, what you got going on tonight? Oh, I'm gonna go out and do a little fisting. Really? Yeah. I just go down to, you know, Hollywood Boulevard, walk around, find some tourists, and just go up and introduce myself. Hey, I'm Darren. Would you like me to fist you? I can fist your front hole or your back hole, either way you like it. I need to get a beverage. You know, my blue flower leaves never came. I don't know what happened to them. I have a beverage right here. Thanks to Coors Edge, I can drink this beer tasting thing while keeping my edge. Yeah. Without my edge, I can't really karate chop that well. I've slept. Yeah, I slept for More like 8 hours last night, actually. I mean, I was in bed for over 9, I think, but it probably got a solid 8 hours of sleep. But that was a long time ago. I mean, I went to sleep like at 4 in the morning or something. I don't remember what time it was. Whatever time that live stream ended last night was around where I. Oh, is that where you are? World Stars and I have gone on a lot of these fishing expeditions together before. It's funner with a friend. I'll say, "Hey, I'm Eric," and he'll go, "And I'm Innumerable Stars. We've got 4 fists, and you've just got 2 holes. Does that sound like fun?" Do I gain spider senses after drinking Coors Edge? No, Coors Edge doesn't give you more edge, okay? It lets you keep your edge. I'm naturally always walking around with a razor sharp edge. Thanks to Coors Edge, I can taste like I'm drinking beer, but keep that razor sharp edge. Yeah, Coors Edging, different product. No, it doesn't take off the edge, Putty Cat. It helps you to keep your edge. Larchmont was your dream neighborhood? Is that like in Hollywood or something? Thanks, D2. Um, it's not resolved. It's resolved as far as I'm concerned because I have I have my whole what I'm gonna say, everything is already fully scripted out essentially in my head when I meet with them. But I'm not gonna meet with them until the 16th. I feel for the people with the lower slot SI must be hell. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's hell, but I mean it's just, no matter what you have 4 and 8, it's a challenge for you. Rachel and I both have the S's down there, so it's a challenge for both of us. Neither of us has any interest in being the S enforcer in a relationship, and so together on our best day, we combine to make 1/8 of the effectiveness of a sensor on their bad day. I can leave the science article in the comments to help if you'd like. Uh, let me just make you a let me make you a moderator for a second and just put the link here if you don't mind. And then I'll unmoderate you. Thank you. What state of emergency? I'm pretty sure there's no state of emergency. Just pull down a 150-year-old cherry at a 40-inch wide lower trunk at 11 feet long, lots of apple and pear and such. That's a big cherry tree. It's unfortunate. Did it die or something? Trump is to end daylight savings time. I mean, that's fine. I don't care about that at all. If you're mad at Trump for wanting to end daylight savings time, then you just hate Trump. That's all there is to it. I don't imagine anybody would really care about that. Oh, state of emergency in California for the bird flu, huh? Well, I can tell you, I saw no indication of such at the casino, where nobody had masks on or anything, and there was no discussion of any such matter. I don't think anybody in California takes Newsom seriously anymore. I mean, it does seem like why don't we get rid of it already? It's like why did we have daylight savings time in the first place? Why do you possibly need it? It's because you don't have electric lights. If you have electric lights, you don't need daylight savings time. Now, sure, if we were still a nation of yeoman farmers, even with electric lights, you might still benefit from daylight savings time, I guess. But in contemporary milieu, daylight savings time makes no sense at all. I don't think RFK wants to end polio vaccines. Okay, I, what I read about it was like he's closely connected with somebody who does want that, but I guess you could make the argument that we should end polio vaccines because there's not really any polio anymore, so there's nothing to vaccinate against. You could argue that. It's, you know, it's like we don't really vaccinate against smallpox anymore. If we ever did, I think we did at one point. I think that's how we got rid of it, right? But so it's like it's not necessarily a good thing to vaccinate every person against every disease or every possibility that we could possibly vaccinate for. You know, that's not the case necessarily. So there are conceivable arguments where it's not crazy to get rid of the polio vaccine. You know, if you're just getting rid of it for uselessness or lack of need, it's fine. And it wouldn't be like a cow fence argument because there are some people who are like, well, I don't understand why we have these fences here. The cows have never escaped before. Let's take them down. There's no reason for these fences. Of course, the reason the cows have never escaped before is because the fences are there. But that's not the case with polio. It's just not present enough in society, in the environment, or whatever that the unvaccinated people have anything greater than an infinitesimal chance of getting it. So, but I'm just speculating. Like, I don't know the actual specs on how much polio is still around. I just know what my mom would tell me about when she was a kid and various warnings that the kids would get about not like staying away from gross liquids and other things like that because it might get polio. I don't know if that was correct or not, but that's what they were told. Like, don't touch the gutter water, you get polio. It's just kind of scary to think about, like living in a time when people did get polio. You might come down with the disease. Lots of people did that left you in an iron lung for the rest of your life. I mean, how fucking horrible. Or paralyzed you at least from the waist down. Like, I think Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the reason he was in a wheelchair was polio, right? Or am I wrong about that? But what I really want to know is, why does polio have such a cheerful sounding name? Hey guys, you feel like playing a game? Oh, I know. Let's play polio. Doesn't that sound like a fun party game? Polio. Like, you know, they run around, they turn in a circle and tap somebody's head and say, polio. Winston's mom, what's your advice for someone a victim of sextortion? I mean, how do you extort somebody? Like, what's sextortion? You mean like somebody says, I know that you had sex with Judy and you and Judy are both married, so I'm going to extort money from you or I'll tell them? Like, that is what you mean? Like, it used to be the case that, for example, if some public official was gay, you might be able to extort them because it would be too damning if their gayness got out. Well, I mean, if if you if you were unfaithful, then you shouldn't get away with that. Don't let them extort you. You have to come clean about it and deal with the fact that you relationship's over, you know? Yeah, it's like I can't imagine a scenario in which it's a good idea to pay extortion or acquiesce to the demands of an extortionist because in just about every instance I can think of, if you are guilty of wrongdoing, you need to be accountable for that, you know? That's all there is to it. Well, I mean, even if that was the case, if you're keeping it a secret from a significant other, then the wronging of the significant other is ongoing. So you might be able to successfully make headway with your significant other saying that you weren't sane at the time or something like that. I don't know, but if you have no ground to stand on if you're continuing to keep it a secret. Keep your phone away from you when you're high or drunk. I don't care. Some people are able to be invisible about their sexual preference. I like to think I'm pretty invisible about it. You know, I I believe that by and large, as I deal with the world and all the people I encounter in it, I am not engaging on a sexual plane. Like I'm not out there like looking at chicks like, oh, tits on that one or something. It's just I don't do that stuff. I mean, occasionally maybe like let's say Rachel and I were sitting on a sidewalk and we were a cafe, we were reading the menu and some really big titted lady came by and they were like right at eye level. I'd be like, I wouldn't be able to help but look at him a little bit probably, but you know, I'm not looking to engage in physical ways in general. Um, and I have a long habit of being kind of professionally asexual, which is to say, you know, back in my late teens, early 20s and stuff, when I was super puss shy, I still wanted to hang out with chicks though. So it's like I didn't believe that any chick could possibly want me to get on her, but I still didn't want to have a sausage party. So I developed this kind of like never convey like lustiness because then the girls will go away. Well, I mean, like I said, Putty Cat, I am human, but I'm not. And it is the case that if you get some very sexy lady who's dressed very sexy, that I am a man and men are to some extent visual, and I I might reflexively go like this a little bit occasionally sometimes. But the point is, I'm not focused on that sort of stuff. It would have to catch me by surprise. I'm not looking for that stuff. Well, that's true. At least you're still alive and righting your wrongs. If you are righting your wrongs, that's great. And the thing is, you can't right that wrong. You can only come clean about it. Bisexuality is normal. Well, even if bisexuality is normal, and that's fine, I think that there's an argument to be made for identifying as either gay or straight because, like, let's say Rachel was bisexual. I'd feel, I'd invariably feel a certain amount of um, insecurity because I'd feel as though she's only getting half of what she wants. And I'm sure if I were bisexual, she'd wonder maybe he's really gay, something like that. So if you're going to be in a relationship with one person, you're going to be in a monogamous relationship. I think there are genuine, concrete benefits to identifying as either straight or gay, and pick a side and stick with it. I think there are benefits to that, but I'm not saying you have any moral obligation to do so. Just that if you want to have a nervous, insecure partner who's either the same gender as you or the other gender, then be bisexual. Because they won't meet all your needs either way. Just because you're on a diet doesn't mean you can't look at the menu. I'm not on a diet, right? For me, it's like basically I don't want to eat even unless it's in the happy, healthy, secure confines of a monogamous long-term relationship. I'm just not, I just don't slay the puss, you know? Yeah, it's kind of disrespectful to check out other women. I certainly would not want to be disrespectful to Rachel at all. She certainly deserves no disrespect. And I would be, I would definitely be mad if I saw her like checking out the package of that guy in the in his Daisy Dukes or something. All right, thanks. Grief, shame. How much of a relationship isn't just mutual desire? Well, I think a relationship that's successful is first and foremost a mutual desire to be in a relationship with each other because, you know, that's not necessarily a foregone conclusion. A lot of people these days, it seems like, are less down with monogamy, maybe. It's all tied together and they just need to be dealt with. The demons, okay. I'm not saying you or Rachel are seeing, just saying it's normal. Yeah, I mean, it is normal, but it's also more normal for censors than it is for me or Rachel. Like, there have been plenty of occasions where, like, let's say Rachel and I are pulled up someplace and we're sitting in the car and I'm finishing what I'm telling her before we get out of the car because I'm blah, blah, blahing at her, you know. Well, I might be blah, blah, blahing her. I might be looking out the window this way and just talking to her. But I'm not actually really seeing anything with my eyes. I mean, I'm obviously not, I'm seeing stuff, but like a bear could walk in front of my field of vision and I wouldn't notice it because I'm focused on what I'm saying, you know? Not allow an opinion on unsuccessful people in their relationships give you advice. So you're saying don't let people in bad relationships give you advice. Well, I would say one thing that's common among people who have toxicity, you know, damage that makes them unhealthy is that they have a very they have a very they have a very big tendency to project their own shit onto other people. So like I remember like Tori Spacey's super toxic girlfriend. She could not conceive, it seemed, that Rachel and I actually had a healthy relationship. She kept at least trying to claim and seem to believe that I was domineering, controlling, that I had like was holding Rachel's phone hostage or something. None of which was ever remotely true. I have the best relationship advice that has never been proven wrong. Be in the relationship if it is better than not being in the relationship. And that's not good advice. That's not good advice. I mean, because it's very easy to conclude that Mia is better than being alone. But alone's not a final destination, right? It's like, I don't need Mia to be better than being alone. I need Mia to be good. And if it's not, I need to find Mia that is great and deal with being alone in the interim. Well, and goals, I'm not sure I agree with that either. Carmen Spence says you're still possibly in the minority, Eric. In minority, but I'm not sure. But I'm not sure I agree with if you aren't willing to compromise and stay alone because I don't think Rachel and I compromise very much. I don't think we have to compromise. I mean, I know I don't want to compromise. Like, let's say, let's say there's a show that Rachel and I both kind of like, and we could watch together, but neither of us really want to watch it that badly. I'd rather watch what I want to watch on the TV, and Rachel watch what she want to watch either on her phone or the laptop, and we'll still sit next to each other. I'd rather that happen than compromise, you know? Instead of compromising, what Rachel and I do is make an effort to be fair. So, like, I, this past weekend, got kind of fussy at Rachel because her sleep patterns were like opposite of mine. So, I was dealing with all this power outage shit, and she was sleeping, and I was feeling lonely and fussy and stuff. But even though when she got up, I was like, yeah, you left me alone too long. Even though I'd said that at that moment, I still didn't advocate that she change any behaviors. And after I got done being fussy, I said, look, this may happen again where I get fussy in some instance, but if it does, what I'm going to do next time is as I start to get fussy, but I'll get you up. I'll say, look, this is what's happening right now. If you want to go back to sleep, then that's fine. But you can kind of then gauge the situation and see how much you think I really need your attention right then or something. The point is, I don't want her dictating to me when I sleep, so I'm not going to dictate to her when she sleeps. So, and really, what our relationship is based on is not compromising. If we only had one TV, yeah, I mean, would we take turns using it? I mean, we do only have one TV, really. It just we also have a laptop and she has a phone, you know. Uh, by and large, I'm a complete TV Nazi and monopolize it. But I don't know. It's like Rachel has a TV in her room and a laptop, and she could watch TV up there. But we like to sit next to each other, and I want to watch either. Sometimes I'm like, okay, well, Rachel's sitting here, so if there's something that we both really want to watch, I'll definitely choose that, right? It just doesn't. Thanks, D2. Hmm. Hmm. This is a great case report. Okay. Um, the thing is, the serotonergic antidepressant, in other words, Prozac, it actually makes me horny. Because like I was starting to take Rachel's Prozac before I got prescribed the Wellbutrin, and it made me horny. And Rachel's like, "That's weird. It makes me. It actually diminishes my sexual drive." I don't know. I mean, drugs hit me different, you know. Regardless, if this person was able to make this case study on this individual and prescribe the solution, have it work, then yeah. Rutkin et al. Also criticized the evidence of bupropion augmentation for antidepressant related sexual dysfunction seem inadequate and limited. A similar conclusion also appears in another study. This patient might have dopamine, nitric oxide, and other neurotransmitter system alterations after bupropion treatment. The alterations of the transmitters might be associated with sexual dysfunction in this patient. Sildenafil, a kind of phosphodiesterase inhibitor, might enhance the mesolimbic dopaminergic system and correct inadequate release of dopamine in the limbic system, which might be related to improvement of sexual function in this case. The augmentation of sildenafil can be a possible solution for bupropion-related sexual dysfunction. Okay, well, I mean, the point is, it doesn't really matter if it's. Because I also read that Wellbutrin is the one antidepressant that normally doesn't associate with reduced sex drive. Well, that's not me. Okay, so you say here, the first article shows sympathetic reason. Let me see if I can find that first article. I don't think I think it's too far back. Can you put the first article again? They banned a word that you tried to chat? Well, I mean, yeah. All right, well, could you put that first link again, D2? Because it's too high up. I can't go that high up. Hmm. I mean, the first my initial response to Wellbutrin was just that it killed my sex drive completely. Like I just wasn't interested in sex at all. But eventually I determined that it impacted my performance as well. The thing is, even if I weren't on Wellbutrin at all, then now that I've taken the Viagra, I still want Viagra. It it's makes me like on top of my game, and I didn't realize that it was kind of like fading over, slow boil over time. Just not as not as enthusiastic, as vigorous, as etc. But because it was kind of a long, slow diminishment of general virility, I didn't really notice it that much. So it wasn't until the Wellbutrin made me have a good reason to seek out Viagra that I did. And now that I tried it, it's like, well, I mean, sex is going to be better every time with it, but if I take Viagra, and it would always have been better every time I take Viagra for as long as I've been alive, because it's like Viagra makes you not just more able, but more interested, more enthusiastic, everything. So it's great. I love this stuff. I used to be, when people would say, like, I bet you need Viagra to hump you up, I'd be like, fuck no, I don't need that shit. Of course I don't take that stuff. I don't need that stuff. Well, the thing is, even if I don't need that stuff and I don't take Wellbutrin, I didn't take it today. But even if I don't need it, I still want it. And I'm going to get it. And the thing is, it doesn't matter what the doctor's justifications are for not being skeptical of the linkage, because I sent him a message several days after he prescribed it, telling him about this side effect. And he completely did not respond to it, completely ignored my message or didn't see it or whatever, right? He could have, when I sent that message, sent me a message saying, well, make an appointment, let's talk about it. After all, he had just days before told me, if the Wellbeach doesn't work out for you, we'll try a different one, right? We'll try Prozac stuff. So he could have easily said at that point, well, let's have an appointment and look into maybe trying a different antidepressant. So there, thank you, you two. And he didn't say anything. He could have expressed even just skepticism then, right? Instead, he just ignored me. Then since he did ignore me and the problem didn't change over the course of a couple months of being on stuff, I finally texted him and said, hey, can you prescribe me Viagra? He could have responded to that by saying, well, make an appointment, let's talk about it. Instead, he responded to that by saying, by referring me to a general practitioner. Well, he fucked up. He fucked up. Because there's no possible way he can defend the way this played out, right? I mean, if he tries it, I'll say, listen, if you were back in psychiatrist school and this were a case study of how did the doctor perform here in engaging with the patient's feedback, the only data relevant to the subject that the doctor has or could possibly have, unless he's filming us having sex or something, right? Do you think that this is you doing your job well? You know? Because after all, I told you about this right away. And you passed on. Nah, it's not easy to pass me along. That's not what's happening here. He doesn't want me mission creeping him into prescribing me drugs that I would normally get from a general practitioner. It started with albuterol. I wanted him to prescribe me albuterol. He did prescribe me an albuterol. And then I ran out of it. I wanted to prescribe it again. He said, okay, I'll prescribe it again, but I'm not going to prescribe it a third time. You know, like, you need to get a general practitioner. I was like, okay, well, whatever. But I'm not going to do that. But I'm not going to win this argument because I can understand how I won't win the argument, right? Like, I won't win the argument because he'll say, a doctor needs to examine you physically, your lungs, etc., to make sure it's not caused by something other than asthma, yada, yada, yada. It's still bullshit, specious nonsense, but it's the winning argument. At least it's a non-losing argument. I can't really defeat it, you know? And so he's got this paradigm going on. Here's this patient who wants me to be his general practitioner too, but I'm not going to do that. That's not my specialty, and I'm not going to let him, all of a sudden I'm prescribing him all these different things, you know, without even having checked him out physically. And so he's got this general rule paradigm thing going on, right? And when I sent him the message about the Viagra, he didn't evaluate it on its merits independently. He just applied this paradigm. He's going to regret having done so, of course, because I'm surprised he forgot, you know. At the beginning of our engagement with him, I put him through the ringer, you know. He must have forgotten about that. But, I mean, the problem he's going to have, I mean, I could approach it so many different ways. I'm not stressed about it at all. I'm kind of looking forward to it. I just say, so you want to explain to me your rationale first for why you don't want to prescribe this? He's already told me it's because it's normally prescribed by a general practitioner. If he says that, I'm going to say, so if I went to the general practitioner and told him My psychiatrist prescribed Wellbutrin, which caused sexual dysfunction. So I'd like you to prescribe me Viagra. Wouldn't the general practitioner say, why doesn't your psychiatrist prescribe it? And I say, well, because he doesn't think the Wellbutrin caused it. Well, what does he think caused it? I don't know. Do you think your Wellbutrin caused it, Eric? Yes. Why? Because the problem didn't exist before I started taking the Wellbutrin. And it began existing immediately upon taking it. Before I even had any quote unquote sexual dysfunction associated with it, I just had a complete loss of interest in sex. So, I mean, that's not parasympathetic sympathetic. It's just, am not interested in it all of a sudden. So, I mean, but most importantly, the point is going to be, given my previous communication with you, in your last communication, you said you were skeptical that the Wellbutrin causes this. To make that claim, you have to additionally be making the claim either that I'm deluded or lying to you. Because if I was deluded, if I'm deluded, then why was it so much like not a problem at all, and then all of a sudden complete loss of sex drive, and it correlates exactly in time with the moment I took the Wellbutrin? You want to explain that to me? Regardless, additionally, I want to point the following thing out to you, doctor. I am currently paying for my medical care and Rachel's medical care out of pocket with a good psychiatrist who doesn't take insurance. Now, when I first started working with you, with Rachel, and with me and stuff, there's an initial meeting where it costs a lot of money and you spend a long time assessing, etc., right? And then each appointment thereafter is another chunk of change for both of us. And you're not a cheap psychiatrist. You're not outrageously expensive, I suppose. But the point is, what if the other doctor that I want to get to prescribe me Viagra also costs this much money? Oh, no. I don't have to decide that at all, simple girl. This doctor is going to prescribe me Viagra. Again, he's already prescribed it once, and he's going to continue prescribing it because he fucked up. He has no ground to stand on now. After all, it's not good protocol. Well, I've thought as well, D2, of starting the conversation with, I'm assuming this happened because you either didn't see my first message about the Wellbutrin or forgot about it or something. Because assuredly, if when I asked for the Viagra, if you had in your mind the previous message I had sent like 2 months before when you first prescribed it, then you would not have sent me to a general practitioner. You would have at least said, well, let's discuss this because I don't think this normally links, right? And I want to confirm by talking to you that, in fact, that's what's causing this. Instead, you weren't skeptical about the linkage. You had already made the determination that I was either lying to you or deluded, and that you were not going to solve the problem you caused, and that it wasn't your responsibility to solve it because it wasn't a psych drug. Well, on multiple levels, this is complete bullshit and incredibly disrespectful. You have taken an incredibly cavalier attitude towards my needs, the express data I conveyed to you, and my money. Do your job. There's zero chance that this meeting ends in any way other than him chagrined for prescribing me Viagra and apologizing, probably. Tyler fucked up, and that's that. And what is out, and I make peace with that. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, Tyler, if you want to really be real with it, you need to frame it as not Tyler fucked up, but Tyler deeply wounded another human being that he cared about, or that is as important as he is. Then you're actually approaching the question in a real way. It's not just you messed up, right? There's harms incurred, harms done, liability incurred, responsibility incurred. So, you know, don't give yourself a pass, right? Thanks, Oz. Winston's mom, who was here earlier, may still be here, I'm not sure, gave me this hat. She sent it, and that's me. Oh, it'll work out fine. I'm not worried about it at all. No, I'm just saying, instead of saying you messed up, you made a mistake or something, right? Because it's like, I messed up, I fucked up, I made a mistake. Well, that might happen if I take my eyes off the road and crash into a deer or something, right? That's a mistake, fucking up, blah, blah, blah. What you did was harm somebody, deeply wound them, maybe harm their ability to trust others for the rest of their life. So frame it like that so that you're understanding that it wasn't a mistake. Even if you weren't entirely responsible because of some sort of mental health incident regarding medication or something else, it still wasn't a mistake, right? It's a it's a crime, but not in a criminal sense. In other words, it's not that you made a mistake; it's that you wronged somebody. Okay, well, I'm just saying, how we phrase things matters a lot to me. Maybe when you phrase it that way, you didn't intend it the way I read it. That's possible. And if that's the case, then don't listen to me. Or even if it isn't the case, you still don't need to listen to me. What do I know? Crime against humanity? No, not crime against humanity. It's a it's a crime against our our fragile humanity. It's like the world is a rough and tumble place, and there's plenty of us who seek comfort and solace in the certainty of a relationship in which your partner is unconditionally supporting, more or less. Like, obviously, nobody should ever be unconditionally supportive of anybody, because you shouldn't support evil deeds. But to know that I operate on faith that it doesn't really require faith, but I operate under the assumption that Rachel's definitely 100% on my team. I'm on her team. She's not going to cheat on me. She's not going to talk shit behind my back, betray me, or whatever. And it's hugely significant for my sense of peace, mental well-being, etc. So it's a crime against FI is what it's a crime against. And I'm guilty of that crime too. Remember, not that I've never cheated. I did. It was a long time ago. I only cheated on one partner, but I'm no saint either. That he is without sin throw the first stone. And you are young. We do make mistakes when we're young that we can learn from and not make again. like I didn't really understand how harmful cheating was until I cheated, and then I really understood it even more when I was cheated on later by my first wife, you know. So for some people like me who have polar FI and SI is a knowing function, we might have to learn the hard way, you know. I think that's what happened with me. I had to learn the hard way. I can't condemn anybody else who maybe has to learn the hard way too, because that would just be condemning myself. And I've condemned myself enough over old crimes of mine, and I still occasionally condemn myself to this day for cheating when I was 18 years old. I don't even tell them. I just do it. Just just take the driver's seat, go on offense, and just flip the script entirely. You don't want to say, if you don't meow, I'll do meow, because then you're playing extortionist. Just do it. Say, fuck you, motherfucker. Suck it. Now everybody knows what a complete fucking scumbag you are. Or you can actually go to the cops, you know. Extortion is a crime. Today's my kind of day. I'm leaving for a day to feel mental health good. It's great. Good for you, goals. Oh, you already went to the cops. Okay. Sometimes the cops aren't helpful, even if a crime has been committed. I remember my horrible ex-boss who breached contract and fired me predicated on false claims of stuff that was not what she said it was at all. She said I like defamed the company, but her evidence of this was just emails I sent her about what a horrible person she was being. So, well, that's good. I'm glad that your husband is giving you a mental health day. You can go get your mani pedi. You could go shopping for a new handbag. Then you could go have a Cobb salad with your friend Susan. This reminds me of a guy who thinks condoms protect him from everything. I used to think that, which is why I was wearing a condom on my head at the construction site. Wasn't until after the brick had landed on my head that I realized a condom is a poor substitute for a hard hat. Just made 19 years of marriage. It's in counseling now for maintenance. Not without its peaks and valleys, but I'm sticking with it. Well, you should. You should stick with it. If you've got 19 years in and neither of you have cheated on the other, you should. Look, the thing is, I have my experience, which is I got with my first girlfriend and we were a good match, you know, for kids. Yeah, it was like, you know, kid love, you know, whatever that is. And then after we broke up, from that point until Rachel, I was with nothing but women who were not did not like me. It was terrible with me, etc. You know. So from my perspective, the alternative to the right relationship is terrible. But that's not necessarily the case. My parents, in some ways, like intentionally, they were ill suited to be together. My mom was ISFJ, my dad an ESTJ. They both had SI, but my dad's dominant function was my mom's polar, and um, my mom's tool was my dad's eighth, which is supervisor, I think. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. That's not normally you wouldn't think would be a good relationship, but my parents had a wonderful marriage for 60 years, I think. So emotional affairs are arguably more detrimental than physical ones, but I do frown upon both. I mean, I think I don't know if they're more detrimental. I'm not sure they're less detrimental either. The point is, the question is ultimately, who do you share your secrets with? So if you're sharing secrets about your significant other with another person and you're keeping your significant other in the dark, that is betrayal. Maybe not the same exact thing as cheating, but it's nevertheless betrayal of the same kind. Anyone know how to locate someone in another country? Well, the FBI and the sheriff aren't going to do you any good if dealing with somebody in another country. Adam Sandler. I am your queen, but I prefer to be called a Nubian queen. Okay? I'm proud, I'm black, I'm beautiful. I'm fierce as the RuPaul's Drag Race. Sincerely interested in not taking shots at your question. I mean, I don't know what his definition is, but I think a good definition is if you are sharing secrets with somebody and keeping secrets from your significant other, it's a form of betrayal. If you're sharing some secret with your girlfriend, like say Joe's wife is sharing some secrets with Gloria, her friend, and she's not letting her husband know about. It's still a form of betrayal. It's not as bad as if it were a dude, but you know, it's like your significant other, your spouse, should be. You shouldn't be having secrets with somebody else and keeping them from your spouse. And a glow I don't care for, but my husband does in the wintertime. I believe a physical affair is almost expected of men. I mean, I, only in horrible fucking relationships, but an emotional one seems to be more devastating to a woman due to how we're wired differently. Huh. I mean, I like, I can't really conceive of having an emotional affair because I'm super public and transparent about just about everything. You know, more really everything. I guess maybe one or two things I don't talk about, but there's certain like I don't get too much detail about finances and stuff. Obviously, it's not it's not interesting to talk about. For one thing, an interview in Japan where husbands going to brothels wasn't considered cheating. Okay, well, that's insane. Okay, I can ask a poll question about emotional affairs. I'll say, which is worse? Physical affair, emotional affair? What is worse? Which is worse? Which is worse? Physical affair, emotional affair. Yeah, both are terribly selfish. But most of all, both are incredibly callous in their disregard for the other person's well-being, you know? Oh, that might be the case in innumerable stars. I know that it's probably ill-advised for me to generalize from my own experience. Um, it is the case that, like, in my own relationship, I want my physical desire to be the primary driver of when we have sex, you know? Like, it would be weird if Rachel said came in and said to me like, "I want to have sex now." I'd be like, "Okay, well, this is not normally how this goes down." Physical affair could mean an STD. That's true. I mean, I don't know. I'm so far away from that anything remotely similar to either of those things. I really every rational bone in my body says there's no chance Rachel would engage in those things. At least, things would have to be dramatically different for a long time before I'd take seriously the possibility that she would ever engage in something like that. And in general, I'd say she never would because I understand that for both of us, it's important that we be able to defend what we've done, you know? We're not censors at all. The S's are at the bottom of our stack, and I just think that we're both too aware of what what the aftermath would look like, you know? For somebody like me who's just kind of relentlessly public, um, it's just such a foreign idea, like to live in a state of ongoing deception. I wouldn't be able to do it at all. Rachel would be able to see on my face immediately that something terrible was wrong, you know? Is imagining being in bed an emotional affair if you're pretending your partner is someone you crush on? I mean, I don't think that. I mean, I, I, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I don't think anything that happens inside your own head counts as anything bad. Like, if you want to masturbate, imagining that um, that you're being gangbanged by a bunch of BBCs, then it's still autoeroticism. That's not cheating, you know. I don't want Rachel to tell me that's what she's fantasizing about as she rubs one out, if it is. But I actually, you know, like like probably almost everybody, I would guess. I think most of the time when either of us decides to rub one out, we're probably looking at pornography. But that's infrequent for me. She might do that more frequently or not. I don't really know. It's not my business. I don't care. autoeroticism is autoeroticism. Rachel and I both understand that it ceases to be autoeroticism when you engage an actual other human being. So, like, if I were to be in a live chat room with an actual lady, that would not be okay at all, right? The emotional cheating to the significant other being the female in a monogamous relationship or in any relationship, even homosexual or friendship, is the foundation of one thing: trust and honesty. Right. The thing is, I could also conceive of a world where, like, let's say her guy friend is gay, and she says to the guy, her husband, she says, "Well, look, Don, you know, I love the time that we spend together and stuff that we do together and stuff, but you don't want to talk with me about fashion, and you don't want to talk with me about celebrities, and Barry loves talking about those things with me. Yeah, I love chatting on the phone with him. We do chat for hours, but I mean, what are you threatening about? He's gay. We're talking about girl stuff." In that case, you'd probably think, the husband might just be like, "Yeah, that's fine, whatever. Thank you, gay guy, for talking about these things I don't want to talk about. I don't want to talk to my friends about trucks and power tools and stuff." And you can totally imagine such a scenario being happening and being totally fine and healthy. So that's why the point I would make is that what makes it emotional cheating is the sharing of secrets with somebody other than your significant other, while consciously keeping those secrets from your significant other. Especially, like, if you just share information with somebody and don't share it with your spouse because you don't think your spouse is interested in it, that's not keeping something secret from them, right? It just, you don't have to say everything you ever say to anybody to your spouse. Um, and it might be also the case that, once you're with somebody and stuff, if there's some kind of dirty shit from your past that's not really relevant to your relationship at all, but that, like, for example, let's say your wife did a porn movie, but she never told you about it and you never found out about it, and now you're married and you're happily married. She'd probably be well advised to not tell him at that point, right? But she'd definitely be obligated to not tell it or talk about it with anybody else either, because then at that point you're sharing secrets with somebody else that you weren't sharing with your husband. Right? Sharing interests and thoughts is not an emotional affair. But now let's go from that example I gave to the next step. Now let's say it's not a gay guy; it's a straight guy, but it's, you know he does have similar interests to her. They both love Real Housewives or whatever, and you can tell when you hear them talking sometimes, like in the background on the Google Meet or something, and you can kind of tell the following things: that your wife's being kind of oblivious, but that she's definitely not interested in him, and that he's interested in her, but that he's like, you almost feel bad for him because he's so clearly stuck in friend zone. How much are you gonna object to that? And at the same time, I would object to it because I would say, um, I don't want to. I trust you to strike him out, even if you were to have 100 pitches. But nevertheless, let's not give him any pitches, because I don't, even if he hits a slow grounder to shortstop, it could be an error. So let's just keep him out of the ballpark entirely. A comedian described a discussion with his wife. His wife asked him, "What turns you on?" He says, "Typical, boobs, ass." He asks her, she says, "I like a man who has a secret and can't tell anyone." I have an honest question, Eric. My girlfriend hid from me that she is a divorcee. That feels like a deal breaker for me. What should I do? Well, did she hide from you that she was in that relationship? Like, you knew all about Bob and her relationship with Bob. You just didn't know they were married? Or she never told you about Bob. You found out later that she actually married a guy named Bob that she never mentioned. I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure I entirely get the joke. Let me go back to it again. Turns you on, he says. Boobs, butt. Yeah, so she says, I like a man who has a secret and can't tell anyone. I don't really get it. Okay, well, did you make it very clear to her that it was important to you, their technical relationship status? Sasha? Sashu? If if you made it very clear to her, hey, listen, if you were ever married, make sure you tell me, right? I don't want to find out later that you were actually married to one of these. To me, it wouldn't make any difference if it was married or just a girlfriend, you know. What is everybody that Rachel's ever had sex with other than me is in the same category for me. I wish they were all dead, but I just have to pretend they don't exist. Well, money, I think you know the answer to that. I can't tell you. It was about what's worse, physical affair or emotional affair. I can't imagine anybody would answer emotional affair because emotional affair just seems like attempted cheating, right? It's like this is gonna lead to cheating, but somehow it got aborted before it did. That's what it seems like to me. Jordan, that's cool. Jordan's cool. I agree. I never asked Rachel. I don't know mine exactly. I mentioned that it's, you know, it's not a great deal. It's like under 20. I, I think, you know, I'm not exactly sure. I never really kept count, but I never asked Rachel her body count, and I don't want to know it. I'm a believer in don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to. Or what I really am a believer in is don't ask questions that have as one possible answer an answer you're not going to want to hear. Because if it turns out, well, actually, Eric, I only slept with two people before you. They're like, well, what about these boyfriend and that one? Well, we didn't ever have sex. I'd be like, really? Okay, well, that is the answer I was hoping to hear, but I am having trouble believing it. My ex-wife and I dated the same girl at the same time. It's the holding back of details could be felt that the person isn't honest. See, I mean, that's the thing is it depends on how clearly you made it, how clear you made it to her that the technical status, whether it was fiance, girlfriend, or spouse, mattered a lot to you. Because I can imagine myself not thinking it was important. I mean, I always yammering about myself, so I'm sure to share all the details anyway. But details like I was married, for example, not details like you know, irrelevancies. Like we used to go to that supermarket or something. The only number the dude wants to hear ever is "You're the best ever." I know. The thing is, I hate. Yeah. Well, this is the problem that guys have, right? Is that women have a best ever. I don't have a best ever, except Rachel, obviously, but I don't think of, I just don't think of things in those terms at all. Women typically do because, it's a lot easier for a man to satisfy himself with a woman than for him to satisfy a woman, right? It just is. So, you know, I kind of know that I'm not going to I'm not going to win a contest between some ESFP who's super who's super like, I don't know, sensual and physically fit and so forth. Just so the thing is, if Rachel, it's probably better and good that Rachel has not said that to me, because I don't think I'd believe her, and I don't think she'd feel comfortable persisting in the lie after I indicated like that's bullshit. So I wish it weren't the case. I would like for her to say, "Well, Eric, you're definitely the best ever because I've never loved anybody as much as you," or something. That'd be nice to hear. But let's be honest. To the extent that you know, sex involves a lot of nuanced attention and ESFP stuff, then I'm just not gonna win that contest. I'm an intuitive, and I'm not that physically fit, and I'm kind of lazy. So, but I do believe that Rachel loves me more than she's loved anybody before. I've never been insecure about that, though. I've never been insecure about that in any of my relationships. I've never worried that a significant other maybe loved somebody else more than me before me, or I might have worried that they still have feelings for somebody, because then is that's me being like paranoid detective about them cheating, right? That's I'm always susceptible to that, even if it's completely totally irrational. Like sometimes I'll feel a lot of love for Rachel and get her phone and look and see if she's cheating on me. Which is just insane, right? She's obviously not cheating on me. And since when I say cheating, I mean physically cheating. So when I imagine her cheating on me, all I'm really imagining is her being on a video conference with some strange boy and showing him her boobs. Unlike the sentiments about emotional affairs voiced here, I am not worried about that. I don't know. It's like if I'm obviously worried if, like, for example, one time this person on Instagram messaged Rachel and she informed me about it. She's like, "Oh, this person wants to chat with me about they just got a relationship or something," and she thought it was a girl. And then I'm like, "Okay, well, keep me updated." And then she showed me the text and was like, "Wait, your name's Miguel?" Like, okay, this guy just stop. She kept me involved in the whole thing. So it's like occasionally someone will try to get on your wife, but if she's a good person, she's trying to be, you know, she doesn't have to try to be faithful and loving and stuff like that, but she's still not necessarily going to be completely immune to being tricked into a conversation by somebody. It's like she can't be inaccessible entirely to everybody because they might be a strange boy who wants to get in her pants, you know. Like she talks to this one guy in England who's also a Johnny fan. He's a kid, like compared to us, he was like 20 something, 22 or something like that. I don't know. And all of their exchanges are just sort of like send each other send the other person a link to a Johnny thing, or say, you know, did you see the new Johnny video or something like that. It's a very fine and tame exchange. As I have exchanges with women all the time who are not my significant other and who themselves are in relationships, and there's nothing bad about it at all, you know. So Ty says golden rule is and should be common sense. I mean, ideally you'd have the platinum rule, right? You treat others how they want to be treated rather than how you want to be treated. But you know, whatever. What are your thoughts on having friends of the opposite gender? I mean, I think it's fine to have friends like Rachel and I have friends like Ruben and Acacia. Rachel and I might conceivably host either a male guest or a female guest, and they might be our friend. But what we're not doing is Rachel's not, you know, having private conversations with a male friend. Um, when she does have conversations with anybody that is not like, you know, family, mom, or whatever, uh, I'll ask about it. You know, I'll get the gist of it and figure out whether it's something I need to be concerned about or something not. Because I don't need to be concerned about her, but it is the case that guys will position themselves as completely, no, I'm just interested in talking to you about our shared interest in wheat. But really they're trying to get in their pants, you know. So but girls can't be constantly assuming every guy is trying to get in their pants. So you know, I will check in if when she alerts me to something and get my perspective on it and see. And so, you know, and I don't hide anything from her. She's welcome to look through all of my shit, look through my email or whatever, anytime she wants, my phone. I got nothing to hide. Neither does she. So accordingly, we're not very worried about privacy from each other, you know. That female body part is overrated in 2024. What female body part? The uterus? I think the rating of the uterus has gone down a little bit even. Why? Well, because with so many people in the world, every baby seems a little less precious. You know what I'm saying? Virginers. Who wants to touch my fallopian tubes? Eh, nothing's as sexy as my fallopian tubes. I think that's going to be the next thing that men get really into. They're going to be like, you know, that Baby Got Back song. It'll be a song like that, but for fallopian tubes. Up underneath the pubes, I touched her fallopian tubes. It could be like a rap song, maybe. Its value has gone down because it's too easy to acquire. Fallopian tubes? Oh, you mean PUSSY? It's not okay. Well, I mean, I never found it easy to acquire. I didn't want to acquire it though. It's like I only, I wanted I wanted to get since the beginning. It seems like, or at least since after my first girlfriend, I have wanted to get with my final woman and not have to think about it again. But that's the wrong way and reason to get into a relationship. Still, That was the way and reason that Rachel, that was sort of the engine behind Rachel and I getting a relationship. I got rid of Kimberly as she proved too relentlessly a cunt. And I right away said, okay, internet, I once again, yes, woman after woman keeps failing to be my partner for the rest of my life. And I am so tired of trying to put an end to this goddamn romance, sex, relationship question. I don't want to be spending my time thinking about chicks and how I don't have any chick or I want a chick or what. I just want to get in a relationship and be done with it. Well, turns out that even if that's your motivation, you can actually find the ideal relationship. It's just that it helps a lot if she already knows that she likes you before you talk to her. So that's why nobody should start dating until and unless they have a YouTube channel. What is that blinking light up there? That's weird. Is that a plane? It's blinking so infrequently. Like, there's got to be like 5 seconds between each blink. Planes blink more often than that, don't they? And then it's like, sometimes the blinks seem brighter than others. It's very small. Right over there. It might be a satellite. Now it's disappeared entirely. Now it's back there. Now it's down there. What the hell is that thing? You won't be able to see it. It's very faint. Like when it does blink, it doesn't blink very brightly. It doesn't even seem to be going in a straight line. I have no idea what the thing was. It seems to be gone now. So. It did not appear to be any of the normal things that I see. Like, it didn't appear to be a plane. Definitely wasn't a drone. Those are actually kind of easier to identify than planes, even. But it was not a star or the moon or anything. Best guess, satellite, but sometimes satellites will have what appears to be a weird blinking pattern because, like, it's catching the sunrise, which isn't here yet, but it's catching it some of the time. I think that probably is what it was. That's why I said emotional cheating hurts worse now. In today's world, physical anything is a sham. I mean, it's definitely not the case that emotional cheating would hurt me worse. If Rachel were having conversations that comprise emotional cheating, then for me to consider it such, she'd have to be moving closer towards actual sex stuff with the person, either talking dirty or showing her boobs or whatever, and if in fact that was the case, that she was moving closer towards physical cheating, then that would be the thing that made it qualify as emotional cheating for me, because there's not really any. I guess if she were telling secrets like, "Oh my God, I am so sick of Eric, and I have to be so nice all the time," that would definitely qualify as emotional cheating, because that would just be she's lying to me all the time, But if she was just like, really feeling a connection with this person, and it was a straight guy, but she wasn't like sharing secrets or talking shit about me or anything, and she wasn't feeling any sort of like there was no chance that she was moving closer to actually doing anything sexual, either with the language or showing her body or something like that. And I don't know if it really bothered me that much. So I guess then it wouldn't qualify as emotional cheating. It would just be friends sharing an interest or something. It wouldn't really bother me. I'd have to make the determination on a case by case basis, right? I have to listen to her engage with a person on some occasions and get a feel for it, think about it. If it were the kind of thing I feel they need to evaluate, like she was having regular conversations with a straight man who's, especially if they're single, I would definitely want to provide scrutiny of that, like to make sure it's all above board. But once I felt like I intuited the gist of what was going on there and it was harmless, then I wouldn't bother me. I need to eat something. You don't want your partner nurturing an escape plan. I think you can have a strong, deep connection with others beyond your partner without cheating. The issue may come later if the primary relationship runs into an issue. You don't want your partner nurturing an escape plan. Right. Yeah, you don't want that for sure. And because, well, I mean, you want your partner to be as committed to being in the boat with you as you are committed to being in the boat with them, right? You don't want to have a situation where it's like shit gets rough and all of a sudden your partner's like, okay, you know what, I'm out of here, even if they don't cheat or whatever. You don't want that either, right? So it's a matter of being committed to the boat. In a healthy relationship, the distance between your current state of being and the relationship ending is, if you're in a happy relationship, you're a very long distance. In other words, you have to have a long stretch of shittiness before things really get that bad where there's any risk of that sort of thing. So thank you, Jonathan Carpenter. So in that sense, it's like I feel very confident that neither of us are anywhere close to making an escape plan, right? But if in fact things were shitty for a long stretch of time, we had a lot of fights, then maybe I start to worry about what's really going on in her head and whether she's really, But it's just, the thing is, we're not a good example for any of these things because Rachel and I are as solid as a couple can get, really. And as good to each other, as healthy in our engagements with each other as a couple can get. We speak very kindly to one another. We try to be considerate of each other, and I think we genuinely love each other a lot more than we've ever loved anybody else. Like qualitatively different thing, right? So accordingly, a lot of the things that are relevant and meaningful things to discuss about a relationship are maybe going to seem not relevant to me. Because it is true that most relationships require compromise and some work and stuff. This one doesn't. But that doesn't mean that it's necessarily bad for a relationship to operate like that, or that a relationship that operates like that is necessarily worse than ours, So I agree, but that's part of the commitment and test to see how bad you want a real long-term partner. I do want a real long-term partner, and I have one. Her name is Rachel. What's the point of having 100 guys if you like none of them? I mean, I'm assuming that if you were to ask guys that, many of them would say, like, what's the point if you were to say to them, what's the point of having 100 girls if you don't like any of them? They'd probably say, well, I like them for the duration of the experience. That's probably what they'd say. I wouldn't say that, but so, and for guys who find it very difficult to, or for guys who perceive themselves as failing to compete in the dating marketplace, they're going to understand that the situation that women are in is being very unfair, right? Like, in fact, I had this conversation one time with Rachel. Even she's like, I was like, dating apps are difficult. It's kind of brutal. She's like, oh, I know, dating apps are. It was horrible. I was basically saying what Diamond said. Like, I didn't find anybody there that I liked. But the thing is, I said, Rachel, you have no idea what brutal dating app means. You know, a brutal dating app is you swipe on 100 different chicks and get 0 responses or 1 or something, right? Rachel has no concept of what a brutal dating app experience is like. Because, of course, she probably didn't even have to like swipe on people. She probably just inundated with guys trying to get in her pants. Or maybe just trying to genuinely go on a date and like her and stuff like that too. Not all guys are just out trying to get laid. Oh, I know what I'm going to do right now. I'm not going to smoke a cigarette. I'm going to pull a bong rip and start a little bit of foods. Because I need to eat some food. I think I'll start off with a sweet and sour chicken for a little bit of a taste of the exotic Orient. But additionally, I need a glass of water. I'm not hydrating well enough. And yeah, I do have non-alcoholic beer, but I need to drink some just regular old water. Yeah, we're going to pull bong rips in a second, but my mouth is already all cotton mouthy, so before we pull bong rips, I want to get this water. Okay, there. Now I have this water. I'm still trying to learn which direction is cold and which direction is hot on the new sink. I think back is cold and front is hot, but it could be reversed. I mean, it's a very inefficient way to process through candidates is the thing. If you want to process through a lot of different people trying to find prospective people that you might match well with, I mean, yeah, there are a lot of opportunities for organic encounters with people in the world, but what percentage of them are single, your right demographic, etc., right? I'm addicted to Pellegrino. Yes, drink water. Pellegrino has too many bubbles in it. You also rock on innumerable stars. You rock on as though innumerable rock stars were on stage rocking. Now it's time to pull bong rips. Oh. And then what? I might have won the lottery with my particular profession. I probably don't represent the norm. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe your profession is supermodel wetness tester. When the supermodels are done with their showering, they're about to go out on the fashion show, you rub their bodies to make sure they're dried off properly. Give lots of talks. Well, next time, money, give a talk about the dangers of nymphomania. That'll help you select the right group of people. You want to say to the person, listen, I know some of you women out there are thinking, gosh, I hope I don't end up succumbing to nymphomania because you're so chaste and reserved. Well, I've got some good news for you. I have a surefire way to prevent that. Before your urges get too robust, simply make love to me. Hotek the Wizard, the Thought Warrior. Thought Warrior is not a terrible way to describe me. I remember in a high school public speech competition where we had a random topic to talk about. Spent 20 minutes talking about whale blubber. Yeah? Okay. So the thing is, money, I would suggest that you're more likely an INTP than an INTJ. As an ENTP, I also found impromptu speaking incredibly easy. I competed in that event. No, I'm not a thought warrior like that, dark recruit, okay? I don't slay puss. I'm puss shy. I mean, I'm not obviously with my wife, but historically I've been puss shy. So while I was at the at the club, I saw the girls bar and I said, oh gosh, I want to go talk to her. What can I say? I wonder if she would like me. And I'm sitting there doing that for 25 minutes. And then, ESFP walks up to me and is like, sup? You want to come blow me in the bathroom? She's like, yeah, okay. I'm like, okay, well, I didn't want that stupid horror. No, you don't give a talk about nymphomania so that you could get a nympho. It's so that you articulate to the women who are not nymphos that they're at danger, at risk of succumbing to nymphomania unless they proactively deal with their growing urges. Mr. Jones from the Friday movies. I was watching this YouTube channel earlier today called something like This Aged Well, I think, something like that. And they were talking about they're talking about this movie from the 90s, I guess. I think it's called One of the Boys. Anyway, where was I going with this? Oh, right. So they were describing how there's this scene in this movie where she wants to become a journalist, and she thinks that the reason she didn't win this journalism contest at her school is because she's a girl and her teachers are sexist. So there's another high school in the same community, and she decides to dress up as a boy, attend that high school, because that high school also has the same journalism contest, and maybe she could win it at that high school, get a fair chance, but because she'll be perceived as a boy, right? Anyway, so she asked her brother to teach her how to be like a boy, like a man, And so he tells her that the way to be like a man is to be like this. What it is, what it is. So, if you want to be like a man, you say, what it is, what it be, what it is. Let's have a Friday 2 live movie marathon. I don't like Friday movie. I mean, I like the first one. I remember liking it at the time. What's it called? She's the Man? Maybe one of the boys. I'm not sure. In this movie, uh, she ends up like she likes this one guy, but they're guy friends, right? But she actually likes him. And then at the end of the movie, she's on the beach there at the 80s high school party, and she's like, listen, I gotta tell you something. I like you like that, you know. He's like, you mean you're gay? She's like, no, I'm a girl. I don't believe you. So she goes, and she shows him her tits. Seems like a very strange movie, but not nearly as strange as this other movie called Teen Witch, I think. I, I've not seen the movie, but I saw the YouTube channel's summary thing of it, you know. That seems like a really odd movie. It's got the lady from Poltergeist in it. I wasn't here talks like this. You know that lady? There's so many good lines both Fridays. And it's got like these rapping guys in it who are always like at the locker in front of their lockers at school. They're like, I don't know if they're beatboxing and rapping or what, but and then the girl joins in. The teen witch's dorky friend. The teen witch casts a spell to make her cool, and she takes off her dorky hat, and then she starts rapping. Top this, top this, top this. Really strange. Your favorite guilty pleasure movie is when two people swap bodies, like All of Me, or the one where like the parent and the kid switch. Those movies, I like those. I like the concept as well. I'm not sure I can't think of one of those movies that I go, oh, I love that. But I do think I liked All of Me with Steve Martin and Lily Tomlin. But it was such a long time ago that I saw it that I'm not sure if I really did or not. I do remember thinking, wow, they're both doing a really good job of acting. Winston's mom says, there's a channel called Washed Up Rockstar that does movie nights, creature features. They've taken a house and made it Adam's Family corny, and they stream old movies, usually horror movies. Can't watch that channel, but I would watch Host Eric react to the movies. Well, I mean, this is the thing about the channel I was watching today, which is like I said, I think it's called This Is Aged Well, or something like that. Is the main guy who was doing the talking and kind of like joking and stuff. He's pretty effective. He's pretty funny-ish, you know. And but most importantly, it's tight. It's pretty tightly edited, and it's got a good format of showing clips from the actual movie that go along with the part that he's describing. You know. So, but the problem with it is it's done in this format where there's like the one main guy, and then there's the other guy who says an occasional thing, but mostly just laughs in response to the first guy's stuff. He laughs too much. It makes it feel like forced joviality, and it makes me mad because it's like I like the channel. I want to watch videos, but I don't want that thing to happen. Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. $15, little man. Put that shit in my hand. If that money doesn't show, then you owe me, owe me, owe. My jungle love, OEO. All right. Hello, where's D2? She was here before. Oh, there she is. Ike Ojiamian. She provided me a couple of links. So that was nice of her. That's why she's a moderator. I'm going to unmoderate her now. I don't generally like to add new moderators. Looks like we'll have to send Eric that clip, lol. Do you like it when a female character hits on a gay character and he says, "You're barking up the wrong tree"? No. I do like it when a female hits on a gay character and they're like, "Well, damn, girl, you turning me straight." Back to plebeian status. No, you're not plebeian. You're very important. You're just not a moderator. Another guilty pleasure of mine are those disguise films like Big Mama's House and White Chicks. I watched one of those this H. Wells on White Chicks as well. We have one on that movie. Seems, I guess, a little less horrible than you'd think, maybe. Well, it's because not because she did anything wrong. It's just because I only temporarily made her moderator to share me a couple of links and then tended to remove it, but it then forgot until right at that moment. We had a young gay guy that worked with us at the adult store, and he was absolutely horrified by a vagina. He even had sex with a girl to see why, but he said it just disgusted him. I said he could never be straight. I mean, I mean, it's like I'm not gay, but that doesn't mean I'm disgusted by penises. It's like that doesn't make any sense at all, right? And there's not a human alive who doesn't like boobs. Everybody likes boobs. Because why? We're all start off with them. We all start off with boobs. And we enjoy them so much. And then they're probably taken away from us and we're stuck with a bottle in our mouth. And we spend the rest of our lives going, there's something about those things. Penis. That's right. How about the dimples above a woman's buttocks? Well, whenever I see a woman with dimples above her buttocks, I say, go get plastic surgery. Get those dimples removed. They look hideous. A Canadian GM at the adult store refused to put up the gay DVDs. He said he couldn't stand there for 30 minutes looking at dicks and balls and asses. Well, yeah, man. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to look at that either. I wouldn't want to look at gay porn, but also, when I'm at work doing a job, I don't want to look at any porn. Obviously, that's not a time when I want to be. When I'm at work, I don't want to be sexually aroused by the cover of some pornography video. Hmm. Dimples, huh? Well, If you really want to make a good impression on a woman, if you really want to sweep her off her feet, take a long, slow walk around her looking and go like this. Ooh la la. Girls love that. Porn DVD covers were wild because porn was the only part of the adult world untouched by PCDEI extremism. What's DEI again? Diversity. Sorry, what does it stand for again? Something like that. What's the best day of your life look like? You mean the best day that's already happened, or are you saying in a platonic sense, like what would the perfect day look like? Equity and inclusion. Okay. I mean, it is true that when I'm presented examples of this stuff actually playing out in the world, I'm a little shocked because obviously it is not going to withstand any kind of legal action. The courts have made it clear that it's not okay to be racist your way either. You know, I lived next to Full Sail. What's Full Sail? Can you not be heartbroken after a breakup? Well, yeah, it's possible. I was not heartbroken after breaking up with Kimberly. I was like, oh my God, thank God I'm out of that fucking relationship. Don't go to LinkedIn. It's overrun by that. Well, I'm not worried about that. The thing is, every corporation of any size anyway, but probably everyone, is obligated to adhere to the equal opportunity shit, Like, in other words, to not discriminate against you based on your meow, 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 meow. So the fact that companies are doing that, to me, is just they're incurring a lot of liability. I don't think it's going to persist very long because it has no benefits except potentially to be defense against liability for racism. But there's no good way to defend against liability for racism by leaving a paper trail of your racism. Well, the thing is, what we need to do is replace DEI with one simple word: meritocracy. In other words, judge you by your actual quality and do not pay attention to irrelevant identity shit. Well, sure. It's an attempt to police people's minds, right? Like, I'm not saying that it's good to be racist or whatever, but as I pointed out many times before, almost everybody, okay, let me just say it, absolutely everybody is stupid about more than one thing, okay? Stupid in more than one way. There's nothing worse inherently about racism than about hating Republicans, for example, And I guarantee you, all those DEI people hate Republicans. They're being just as groupist, and it's just as bad. But in some sense, they're stupider because they don't understand their hatred as hatred. Like, at least somebody in the KKK understands that they hate their hated group, right? When the DEI people, they don't even understand that. They think that they have they're righteous in their indignation against those awful meows, which is like, red state people, gun culture people, etc. So I don't know. What's worse? Hating somebody, knowing it and being proud of it, or hating somebody, sanctimoniously believing you're the alternative to hating somebody and being totally unaware of it. Give me all the sexy, beautiful brown girls and the sexy, beautiful red ones. Blue girls over there and the green girls are yours. Dynamite was wondering why, say, the person was PR. Who's PR? What's PR mean? Am I PR? Does it mean public relations? Let's see what happens. So that person was a fetish. I wonder why it didn't work out. Who was a fetish? PR? Pluviophile? I'm lost. Can somebody explain? Uh, Bong is kicking it. It's not kicking it. There's a lot of chat to go through. How long I ponder. I told you I'm moving already next week and have already chose to close it off once my new meds work and I'm in a better headspace after everything in my life mania. You talking to me? Or are you talking to D2 probably? Well, Ty, I appreciate your openness and commitment to doing what you can to make things right. So, all the best. Hope you proceed and follow through with all that and stuff. And good job. So, the word comes from the Latin word pluvia, which means rain, and ember, and the ancient Greek word philos, which means dear beloved. In other words, beloved rain. What is ember? Pole tink tink. Pole tink tink indeed. I'm triggered, says D2. I laugh out loud regarding that. A pluviophile is someone who enjoys rain and rainy days and is fascinated by the sights and sounds of rain. I see. Oh, this pluvio is so wet. Which will be next week. So, yeah. Jimmy Johns. Okay. He said he was a xenophile. Who's a xenophile? D2 is talking shit to me, Eric. D2, are you talking shit to Darko Crude? Hey, hello, haters. What's up? Hi, Kay. I'm trying not to be a hater, but you're just so cool. She doesn't approve of my personal tastes. Wow. Or, do your personal tastes include like drowning puppies or something? You're upset? Apparently, said Zargo Crude. Well, I mean, I'm not sure what appeared upset to you, but if there's something she's upset about, then she may or may not display that. It's also the case that she might display being upset, but not actually be upset. So let's not put too much weight in appearances. You might not be upset, but I am. KE's upset, and I don't blame her. Hannah, hold on a second. This stuff's going too fast. Hannah will be okay. Good for Hannah. If I love my kids, what would I be? A parent? That's right, Kay. You tell him. She's resilient and strong-minded, an angel, a queen, really. Well, it's pretty rain. That's why I am a pluviophile, says Diamine. Say what? Jeremiah Fix says. Say lol with water droplets, says Darker Crude. Okay, maybe I'm judgmental, says D2. Well, we all need to judge some things, you know. Other things we don't really care about judging so much. People should not play the victim. It's a waste of time. People should focus on self-improvement. Do I have to improve? Aren't I good enough already? You're the xenophile? Is it because you don't like Puerto Ricans? Is that where I'm trying to get the gist of this? Because I don't know if you're aware of this Darker Crew, but Puerto Rico is the land of grapefruit flavor. If you want to love a beautiful woman, come to the island of Puerto Rico. For the island of Puerto Rico is a beautiful woman in and of herself. Here at Santo Domingo, on the island of Puerto Rico, we grow the most delicious grapefruits in all the world. We've come stronger, both parties, through the life of tragedy. Because life is tragedy and suffering. That's definitely a big part of it, but it's not all there is to life, you know. I feel the aspect, like, you know, maybe the human condition is broadly a landscape of suffering, but I'm a little skewed that direction in the last few years, prior to which I wasn't really skewed that direction so much. It's you against you. It's the paradox that drives us all. Eye of the tiger, cock of the rhino. That's the title of my autobiography. Eye of the tiger, cock of the rhino. Okay, Eric gets it. I do? What do I get? Do I get a prize? I'm good, people. Thank you for asking. Going on my vacation tomorrow. Really? You're going on vacation, huh? Are you going to visit the Parthenon? It's you against you. A good parent, loving your kid. K.E., we don't need you bringing up gross things, okay? You were the one that commented on my relationship ending. She's just mouthy. I said that? I'm sure I was joking. I don't know what you. I didn't. Is your relationship ending? Who's it ending with? Oh, the Puerto Rican. It ended. I said, that Puerto Rican is just being mouthy. This doesn't sound like me. Strive for self-improvement. I don't want to improve. Xenophile isn't racist. Xenophobe is. Oh, well, that's true. You got a good point, Dr. Crude. Did she say you were a xenophile? She got file and phobe backwards. The children yearn for the minds, and I didn't even catch it myself if it happened. So I guess I'm just as much of a wrongness file as she is. Don't play the victim or race card. It's a waste of time. Nobody really cares. I play the race card all the time. I go see Morgan and say, hey, as a young Asian woman, you need to stop discriminating against me right now. Okay? I'm not some geisha girl for you to objectify. No, I don't have a bag of rice and fish with me. No, I don't have karate. Stop stereotyping me. Oh, well, if you're gonna fetishize someone, it should be something. It being someone you had sex with makes sense, you know, rather than say fetishizing your neighbor's boat. Come on, Judy. Let's go make love in the neighbor's boat again. Randy, I told you last time was the last time. I don't know why you want to do this. If Eric was high, hey Eric, isn't it funny how the Congress is old men sitting in one building deciding what everyone else will be obligated to do what they say? What? I don't know what you're talking about. All right, David Erbacher, you have a nice time at work. I want you to sing, one of the old Negro spirituals as you work, like, gonna bed up the hay, gonna put it in a stack, gonna bed up the hay, carry it down to heaven, like that. Money is definitely can be if done right. Okay. D2, many people call me that. Is the thing that many people call you, Ike. We had fetishes, but I never fetishized her. I'm only attracted to chubby girls. That doesn't mean I'm fetishizing fat girls. Well, I mean, I don't really understand, I guess, what fetish is because it's like, how could you fetishize anything more than you're fetishizing your wife when you're having sex with her? It's like you're directing all of your sexual energy at her. Isn't that what fetishizing is or something? Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe I don't really know what the word means. I don't know. You're sorry? I don't think you need to be sorry. You may have caused a stall in the brain, like my engines both cut out for a second, but don't worry. After I regained flatness, then the engine starts back up again. Ask D2 to explain her view of fetishizing. Maybe she just means like objectifying. So okay, well, DiCaprio is a shitbag who wants to date people who have weaker defenses against being just, DiCaprio. He's a fucking shitbag. Anyway, I see you've been tidying up there, you old coot. No, I haven't been tidying up. We did tidy up before Dave came, but that was a couple days ago. So, a lot of mess around here right now. Yeah, I agree with money. I disagree that girls younger than 25 is a fetish. What DiCaprio is determined to do is have a succession of relationships where he has all the power and as little pushback as possible from the other person, and then jettison them when they start getting wise enough to recognize the bullshit they're being subjected to. Only fetish with my PRX was the 5-knuckle shuffle. Does that mean you guys did fist bumps? Or good? Consent. Do you fetishize consent? But done in the right way to changes to bright light. See, I normally think of you fist bumped your cervix, huh? Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for that. So, what I was going to say though is the way I think about fetish is like if somebody is really into like certain kind of shoes or something, like they want the woman to dress in high heels all the time, and they like touch this shoe or something. There's nothing like that in my life, but I don't want to like. I've never been interested in lingerie. Like, there doesn't need to be something between your clothes and nakedness. You already have underwear on. What is this like ridiculous little costume thing? I don't like that stuff. Yeah, I've heard the term before. What the pet is a fishing trail? It's a fish gut. If you cut open their stomach and pull out the guts, people say those are the entrails. Bang and run is not a good strategy if you are not using a condom. I typed you as ENTP, another person said INTJ. We discussed the space between the two, which was interesting. How long ago did I type you as ENTP? I don't remember typing, but I believe I did. Because it was a long time ago. If it was like 6 or 7 years ago, 8 years ago or something, it might be a little iffy. I it's conceivable I might mistype an ENTJ as an ENTP. It's very unlikely I'd mistype an INTJ as an ENTP. I mean, I don't think hardly anybody's ENTJ. I rarely encounter ENTJs. But I'd say they're among the rarer types. But the thing is, it's hard for me to gauge that because I think ENTJs are also types that are likely to be, by and large, too busy to get very interested in typology, even though it does work well with their NI tool function because it appeals to their kind of holistic understanding, even though in its ideal articulation it sustains against a more scrutinizing kind of attention. But anyway, I don't think it appeals to them as much as it appeals to NFJs because there's TE and I instead of FE and I. So it's you see some of them go, oh, this seems to explain things. Let me quickly learn everything I need to learn about this and then move on to other things. I had a good ENTJ debater, Courtney. She was really good. But you know what? It took her a little longer to get super good than INTJs, INTPs, or ENTPs. Maybe because she was working on more, she had more things on her plate, possibly. I don't know. Like she may have had other shit that she was doing that also required her serious attention besides debate that other kids may have, like NTPs may have made more room in their schedule for debate outside of class. That could account for her developing a little more slowly. But she was the only ENTJ debater I ever had that I can think of that I understood as ENTJ at the time or in my memories now. I only think of her. But Cameron's brother, Bailey, he's an ENTJ. I think he was maybe valedictorian of the school. Regardless, he went to Harvard and he's a lawyer and he like runs marathons and stuff. I always felt like because people are always saying I didn't always feel like this, but people have always said like when I was younger how smart Bailey was because he was very successful at school. And I didn't really think anything about it. I just kind of said, yeah, I guess that's true. I guess it must be true because I guess, oh, Jesus. Thanks, Ike. Wow. Hello, dog. What's going on? There's a dog here I've never met before. Hi. Hi. How you doing? Hello. Good morning. Do you want to smell me? Yes, you're a good dog. Whose dog are you? Whose dog are you, huh? Well, what do you want? I I don't know what to tell you, mister. Or miss. I don't know what you are. You're going pee. Thanks. Appreciate it. Looks like you got a wiener. I think you're a boy dog. Anyway, sorry to interrupted my thank you. This dog interrupted my thank you, but I will return to it now. Thank you very much for your very generous gifts. This is not the first time you've been very generous. I appreciate it. I'd never seen that dog before. When I saw it walking down the driveway, I assumed it was Lulu from next door, but I've never seen that dog before. It does have a collar around its neck. It could be like a vacationer's dog, because some various houses around here are vacation rentals. But I don't know. It had a collar, but it didn't seem to have a metal circle that said its name and stuff on it. Not that I would worry anyway. In this neighborhood, it's fairly normal to see dogs wandering around. It would be weird for me to bring it back almost. It's like, yeah, we know. You gotta come back. So, even if it had one of those circles, I wasn't going to do anything. I was going to look, see what his name was, but, no circle. You can't see what his name is. But not because I wanted to do anything, but just because I wanted to call it by its name, you see. I could just come up with my own name for it. Let's call that dog Tony. So now there's a new dog in the neighborhood named Tony. And he's friendly. Came right up and smelled my hand and let me pet him. And he gave me a little bit of his urine right there on my bush right there. Pretty cool dog. Pretty cool dog. A little big. If I were going to get a dog, I wouldn't want a dog that big. I'm not going to get a dog. I'm not saying I'm getting a dog. I'm just saying if I were to get a dog again, I would want a fairly small dog. I think I like smaller dogs a little bit better because you can take them places with you better, easier. Seems like maybe. But I've never really tried. I've never had a big dog, so I never really tried to take a big dog places. So maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. Maybe it's actually easier to take the dog the bigger it is. So like Irish wolfhounds are the easiest dogs to take places. And Chihuahua is the most difficult dogs. Hello. Hi, Tony. Yes, you're a good dog. Yes. I think it's strange that your family named you Tony. What a weird name for a dog. Or you have a middle name too? It's Walford? Tony Walford Scuggins? Tony Walford Scuggins is this dog's name. He's the Scuggins' dog. And I named him Tony because he thought he looked like a Tony. And Walford is a family name. And that's the backstory of this dog. As you can see, he must be smelling my cats. Well, now you can't see it because he's no longer over there. But here he is. Here's that dog. You know what I think brought this dog here? Is Ike Ojiamian's $100 donation. And what I want everybody else here to do is to test this hypothesis by also giving me $100 and see if more dogs show up. If you want to see more dogs, I mean, I just showed you the way to summon the dog. I think Ike's Magical Dog Summoning would be a good name for your one-man show. $500 for cats. Yeah, well, cats are a little bit more haughty than dogs, If Trouble had his way, not only would I have to watch him eat, I'd have to pay for the privilege. I'm more complex than I seem. I think I'm I think I'm as simple as I seem. Maybe I talk about complicated things, but I don't think I'm a complicated person. Can I howl for the dogs in the hood? No, that would bother the neighbors some of whom I'm sure are still sleeping at 6 in the morning. And also, voices really carry in the mountains here. It's crazy. Sometimes I'll be like in the garage or standing up front or something, and I'll hear what sounds like voices coming from just up the driveway. But there's nobody out there, there's nobody on the street or anything. It's obviously from either across or someplace else echoing. I don't know. Sometimes the sounds hit certain angles, I guess, and they just sound like they're way closer than they are. So I'm a little careful about how loudly I talk outside, just because I don't want to bother anybody really. Not that I'm worried about them hearing what I'm talking about. It's just I don't want to bother them. I don't think I'm complicated either, but I've had people tell me my southern accent makes it difficult for people to take me seriously. Let's try it. Let's see, okay? Well, I don't think I'm complicated either, but I'll have people telling me my southern accent makes it difficult for people to always take me seriously. I think I take number two just as seriously as number one. I think that's schizophrenia. That's not schizophrenia. Trouble. You do not do drugs. Fat kid. Fat kid. Sorry, Capito. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that Trouble's such a dick. You had a cringe seizure. Okay, so what you're saying is that you take him less seriously when he speaks with a southern accent. Is that what you're saying? Because I'm going to go ahead and be offended for southern people on their behalf. Women scare me? Well, you know what? You're not alone. I was very puss shy for a long time. Now I'm on my third wife, and I'm no longer puss shy, but only because she's such a wonderful wife. Yeah, I spent a large chunk of my like late teens, early 20s, mid 20s almost. You're on your first husband right now. Oh well, you're not scared of women then. That's different. What you're saying is you find it difficult as a woman to deal with other women for some or a number of reasons. Maybe you think they're dangerous in some way. I don't know. But that's not the same thing as being scared of women. Incels are scared of women. A show called BG2. Two venture capitalists. The southern guy makes more insightful points, but everyone thinks the fast talking New Yorker is more savvy. Interesting. I mean, that's not necessarily a disadvantage for the southerner, though, right? It lets them fly under the radar. It's just in that scenario, it might be a disadvantage because they're trying to be a public figure or an expert on something. But in other contexts, it's not necessarily a disadvantage. It's kind of better to be underestimated than overestimated. Eric, would you consider yourself a romantic by nature or at heart? A romantic? You mean like, mi amor, your beauty is like the petal of a golden rose. Like that kind of romantic? No, I'm not. I'm not very romantic, really. I love Rachel a lot. I think I'm affectionate. I think I'm, you know, I'm verbal about it. I'm vocal about it when I'm talking about our relationship. I also say to her plenty of times, like, I love you and stuff like that. But I tend to think like, I have a history of let's just pretend I'm talking exclusively. Well, not pretend. Let's just set the frame as in this conditionality, I'm talking exclusively about previous relationships. In previous relationships, I did not like birthdays, Valentine's Day, anniversaries. My basic message was fuck all that noise. There's no reason for us to do these dumbass little rituals. Just just stop already. Like, well, my second wife was just a nightmare with that shit. Oh my God, she was such a nightmare. She would tell me, like, okay, this is coming up. What I want from you is I want you to write me a love letter. Not goofy now, okay? It's like, you cannot be serious. Well, she was. Why? Because she was an ESFJ and had zero introverted intuition. So she did not understand how ridiculous that was, right? That it doesn't mean anything if she tells me to write her a love letter for her birthday or whatever. But even say things like, and include this and this kind of thing, that receiving such a letter could not possibly be meaningful to anybody who understands how meaning works, right? She wasn't the brightest, no. Not the brightest woman in the world. But, for until Delilah turned 13 or 14, she did a good job of fulfilling the role that I needed her to fulfill as a mother for my daughter. And she gets credit for that. And so, accordingly, even though, yes, she was an idiot and kind of a bitch and very bossy, okay? Like, if you got an ESFJ wife, prepare for her to dictate to you what you should put on social media and what you cannot put on social media. Get ready to be instructed to come and pose for 50 fucking pictures, It's it starts out kind of neat, like, oh cool, this is so like playing house, like that's a regular wife and I'm a regular man, But it gets old fast and just gets increasingly old over time because it's like I can't fake interest or enthusiasm for this incredibly banal shit that you think is so important. I just can't do it. And you see it as some character flaw of mine that I'm not only that I'm not only participating in this dumb photo shoot thing, but that I'm not acting happy enough about it or something. It's like, okay. And her perspective on things is that, hey, Eric, I'm being so fair here. I'm letting you choose whether you want to do what I say in version A or in version B. It's like literally like, I told you 3 weeks in advance. Yeah, but I don't want to go to it. And I got you to agree to go to it. Okay, I'll go to it. It didn't seem to matter to her that I didn't want to go. And then once we got there, and after we'd stayed for way too long, I was unhappy about being there wherever it was. She'd get angry at me for not being a team player or something, or just generally not prioritizing what she wanted, which is strange because it's like FE is, see, that's what all of her posturing and shit was about. It's like, she did all these gestures of fairness slash you. Now here, you can make a choice. You get to choose this or this or this. See, I'm not bossing you around. My interwebs is broken. Fuck. Well, thanks, G, for letting us know. And I got to tell you, what you want to do is give one of the old Gotta make it start working again. I like grilled fish and I cannot lie. Was she controlling? Yes, she was super controlling. She was very controlling. And and I didn't like it, but when I was still drinking, it was kind of like the deal with the devil I was making, was you're gonna not get in the way of my drinking, and I'm gonna try to avoid fights as much as possible. So, well, it's not that she expected everything to be perfect according to her. No, it's that she understood it as this: I'm the director, and this is my play. But we're all equal team members here because I'm going to let you choose to do what I want you to in one of several ways. And I'll let you sometimes get out of it. It's a lack of intuition that causes her, as an ESFJ, to not get that that's not us being equals, right? I remember when it came to a certain point, I don't know, Delilah was like 10 or something, 9, where Candace was saying, well, I said, yeah, and she was mouthy to me and mouth back, and she needs to just not question what I say, just do what I say, because I'm the adult and she's the child. And I said, listen, Candace, I don't know what's causing you not to get this yet, but none of us is the boss of the other person, okay? You're not the boss of Delilah. You don't get to tell her what to do and expect her to do it unless you're right. You got to be able to justify what you're asking her to do, and it's got to be legitimate. If you're thinking you're forced her to do shit on your word, you're nuts, because there's no way in hell I'm allowing that to happen. She was like stunned, couldn't believe it. I am the boss of her. Like, she couldn't believe that I had said that you're not her boss. It's crazy, but that's when things started to break down in the whole family thing, because basically Delilah was no longer a little kid, was more tween, getting into teen kind of area. And what was acceptable to Delilah when she was younger, became less acceptable to her. She could have complained about, Candace's bossiness could have come to a head regarding Delilah at any point prior to that, but when Delilah was younger, I think she was comfortable with that dynamic. So we never really expressly had the conversation before. Some people function better with those rules and boundaries. I mean, the thing is, when I was with Candace, I didn't really know about cognitive functions at all. But if I had known about it then, what I would have explained to her is, Delilah and I are both TI tool users. We are logical deliberators. She's an ESTP, I'm an ENTP. Which means we believe fundamentally that you need to justify things to our satisfaction, because we know ourselves to be correctly capable of dispassionate deliberation. So if you think you're going to justify shit with a general appeal to authority warranted by age, you're fucking insane. That's never going to fly in this family. But I didn't know about cognitive functions. Do you want to go out or not? In or out? These cats. Will you stop being a pain in the ass, please? Both of you cats need to stop it. You could be more of a pain in the ass, because you haven't been much of a pain in the ass. Travel's always a pain in the ass. Contracts and papers are great to preserve your rights. What are we getting contracts and papers for? Someone said root. Metal dragons have to do with chi, not kundalini and chakras. Okay, good to know. I'm not a metal dragon, though. I believe I'm a metal pig? I don't remember exactly. I'm a pig, I know that, but bondage contracts, Eric, are people that work better under rules and structure. Bondage contracts, like, like, if you don't obey me, I'll tie you up or something. That seems a strange contract. So here's your salary, your benefit package, and here's our disciplinary program. You're going to want to take a look at this. Okay, wait a second. You're going to strap me naked to a pommel horse? Yeah. That's just the beginning of it, really. Okay, so what kind of infractions is this punishment meted out for? Uh, serious infractions, things like missing a meeting, being late for work, uh, taking your coffee break at the wrong time, wearing semi-casual on any day other than Friday. So, it's pretty fair. Okay. What happens if I, miss a deadline? Ooh. Well, let me show you back here. It's what we call Fister's Corner. And this is where you'll be enduring the fisting of a lifetime. I see. And you just have me chained to the wall like this, huh? That's right, yeah. Okay, well, looks good to me. I'll go ahead and sign this. And I'll see you at work. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm sorry, Monday morning at, 8 a.m., right? I'm sorry, but that's a demerit. You need to come in tomorrow. The fact that you didn't remember that, well, if you check page 86, you'll see in the disciplinary procedure that this specific scenario is articulated and the punishments for it. So let's get you out of those clothes and into a wet martini. I'd go to the bakery to get a croissant if someone says croissants. Robert, what are all these marks on you? I got in trouble at work, honey. It looks like, are they red handprints on your butt cheeks? Yeah, I got a serious spanking. I fucked up. I mean, I deserved it. Well, what did you do? I took 3 non-dairy creamers. You're only allowed 2, max. Are you sure you really want this job? The pay's good. He's got a great dental package. And, let's not kid ourselves. Junior, he's going to need braces. Doing? I'm about ready to, call it a WAP here pretty soon. Which is a wet apple palm. A wet apple palm. Birthdays, funerals, and monthly anniversaries. We also any day we get a new pet. These days you need off. Okay. Well, that's fair. My ex-wife and I were both born and raised in Georgia, so she enjoyed having dinner made for me, and so on. Hmm. Well, I do most. Well, I mean, I don't know if I do most of the cooking per se. I mean, I do all the cooking really, the cooking. Rachel will make things in the microwave sometimes. Sometimes I will. But if I feel like having cooked food, well, I'll just cook food. I don't expect Rachel to cook. I don't know. I don't. I don't particularly want her to cook. I'd rather have her do the dishes in every single instance, which she does. So you know, he never asked her for dinner and it made her happy. Well, she was probably like some kind of SFJ. It made it made my horrible toxic ex girlfriend happy too. She was an ISFJ, and like one thing about her that wasn't completely toxic is she'd feed me without me asking. I'd be doing whatever, and she'd just put a plate of food in my hands. I don't really. I don't. I would be. I wouldn't like it if Rachel did that though. It's like, I'm not ready to eat right now. Can't really somehow seem to know when I was hungry or when I needed food or something. But but anyway, that's just ISFJ shit, you know? ISFJ shit. So even though she was horrible and toxic and damaged and BPD, she did nevertheless find it satisfying to feed me. I'm starstruck. That sentence has so many meanings. Technically, countries are considered states. Well, yeah. It's in the United States of America that the states have come to mean a subcategory underneath the federal government. It wasn't originally meant like that, right? The states were thought to be like independent countries. But then, the original Confederation didn't uh, didn't really work. They had to make the federal government more robust in the original construction, and um, it ended up coming to be we changed from these United States to the United States. Soulmates can be platonic best friends. Yeah, I mean, in some way, me and Dave are soulmates. We've been friends for 50 years. I met him when I was 3 years old. That of a hero, I'm their journey. A troubadour? A troubadour is a hero who's on a journey and singing songs about it. Like, a troubadour would be like, this journey so far upon my boat, sailing the ocean blue. That's what a troubadour does, right? They sing an epic poem about their journey. Like, well, first I went to Fresno, then Modesto. Now I'm on my way to San Luis Obispo. Yes, I am. Came from Fresno to Modesto, down to San Luis Obispo, then to Carpinteria, I'm sure. But oh no, do you see that I am traveling free? 'Cause I'm a troubadour, hooray for me. Don't you see I'm a troubadour and I'm traveling and singing a song about my journey. Hi, welcome to Hero's Journey, the podcast. I'm your host, Eric, and today we're going to talk about how each of us can grow and realize and actualize as a human being by living our hero's journey. Welcome. Welcome to Hero's Journey. Mind mate. Like Eric said earlier, I can't pretend to be interested in banal topics and BS, but at work, watercolor. Oh, water cooler. Right. That's what you mean is water cooler. Or social media or entertainment news. Unless I'm wrong, maybe what you do at work is you paint watercolor landscapes. Because I'm sure there's a huge market for like kind of factory line watercolor landscapes. Email is perfectly fine. In fact, it's the sexiest way to communicate. I'm sorry, am I sexualizing your exchange? I didn't mean to do that. Tolerance and or belief of conspiracy theories goes a long way to me when it comes to a long-term romantic partner. Well, I used to be, one of my core warrants that I used to use to argue against certain kinds of conspiracy theories is, look, these people that you're putting in this group of, sinister meows, they're just random people like you and me. They can't be that much different than us, But then all this Diddy shit, it's like, how many celebrities were involved in this crazy abusive debauchery? I just, it makes me think that maybe fame, especially not more than wealth per se, but fame, maybe fame really just, if you get famous too young, it it has a high likelihood of turning you super rotten and weird or something. I don't know. I sprayed this letter with some perfume. It's called alluring. That's what makes letters in the mail sexier, Sean, is because they get sprayed with perfume. Jesuit Freemasons, they're all plants and sellouts. You know what? What's weird, Darko Crude? I meet a lot of people in the world, and I have yet to meet a single Jesuit outside of an actual Catholic church. I think the Jesuits are the better kinds of Catholics, really. They're the more rational kinds of Catholics. If you're going to pick a sect of priests, because I think they've got like the priest gangs, like the Jesuits, like a priest gang. Oh, don't hang out with those priests over there. Those are the Moldorians. We're the Jesuits. I don't know what any other priest gangs are called except for the Jesuits, but they're the military enforcement arm of the Catholic Church. Okay, but let's say that's the case, Darko Crude. I want to ask you a question. When do you think the last time that actual Jesuit priests used violence in an exercise of military force on behalf of the papacy? Even if what you're saying is correct in some sense, I'm not saying it is, I'm not saying it isn't, but like surely if I'm the Pope and I am determined to use kind of black ops military force, surely I can find a better purveyor of those services than a bunch of Jesuit priests. It's like you can't both have the Vatican be evil and plotting and that ineffective at doing so at the same time, can you? We don't need to initiate violence now. It's all mental and psychological, technological warfare. Okay, well, I've never, to the best of my knowledge, been subjected to either psychological or technological warfare by any Jesuit priest, as far as I know. But maybe I have, you know. Maybe that horrible pharmacist in Oakhurst who was just, failing and not being accountable for it. Maybe he was secretly a Jesuit. You're too intelligent. They only enact physical war when they take over a country, steal its resources. The Catholics do? I mean, I know they did. They used to, obviously. They said, let's make all of Mexico and South America super Catholic. Well, I don't know if that really means they are still engaged in imperial colonial conquest. Obviously, the Vatican was very much in cahoots with the Spaniards, the Portuguese, etc., as they're doing all this New World exploitation shit. But I don't think they're really still doing that anymore, because I just don't think they have that much effectiveness anymore. I mean, when's the last time you heard anybody go, oh shit, when somebody says, hey, I don't think your local Catholic priest would approve? What does everybody think when they hear Catholic priest? They think Choma, right? Everybody thinks that. Poor Catholics, they have that. They're the Penn State of religions. I'm not the person that's susceptible to that stuff. Okay, well, maybe that's why I don't encounter it. I don't know. Watch the Catholic Church ritual on Christmas Eve. I have no interest in watching any Catholic Church rituals. I actually have sat through a Catholic wedding, and it was my own. My first wedding was a Catholic wedding. Because that horrible cunt was Catholic. I'm not saying she was a horrible cunt because she was Catholic. Just that those things are the same, you know. Just that they both are true. I mean, the Catholic Church is opening the door next to Lucifer's tomb. Do we know where he's buried? I didn't know we had a. Is there a marker? It says like beginning of time through 46,000 BC. He was a complicated person. Some Native American tribes believe that tattoos are doors for the demons to enter our world through. I wonder if that's where Grant is buried. I think Grant's buried in Lucifer's tomb. I'm a pure Leo. You sure are. You ain't nothing but mane, teeth, and big furry paws. I wonder if they also have like Lucifer's nursery, Lucifer's playroom, Lucifer's third grade desk. All the way through, all the things. Do you think Lucifer was bad when he was like a third grader? Or he just got bad later? Was he like a sweet, totally lovable angel kid until he got to be 13, in which case he started acting out, and then before you knew it, he had obviously recruited all these other angels and stuff, and they were gonna have a war against God, and he got all in trouble and stuff. I think that might be how it worked out. ask the Catholic Church. They pick the names and rituals, not me. All right, I'll ask them. Beep, boop, 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 beep, boop, 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 beep. Yes, is this Vatican? Hi, yeah, my name's Eric Strauss. Can I talk to the Pope, please? Not available, huh? What about Cardinal? No. Okay, well, I have a question. I don't know if you can help me with it or not, but can you tell me about this thing, Lucifer's tomb? Oh, you actually do have Lucifer's body buried there. Wow. Can I see it? Can you send me a picture to my phone? You can. Wow. All right. That's not Lucifer. It's clearly someone's dead cat. That's a cat. Oh, you sent me the wrong picture. Oh, okay. Oh, right. Classic Lucifer. Red. He's got the tail with the pointy arrow thing at the end. He's got the pitchfork. And he's clearly, or appears to be anyway, deceased in the photo. He even has X's over his eyes, which is usually a sure sign of death. The modern image of Western Jesus Christ is based off Cesare Borgia, a Masonic Pope's son. Okay, well, that's not how I picture Jesus. I picture Jesus as a giant cyclops. You know what? I'm going to change that. I'm going to start picturing Jesus as a Sasquatch instead. He'll say, "Me turn water into wine. I have had extensive surgeries before and after." What? Before and after what? The Pope is the boss? These popes recently, they don't seem to be particularly boss-like. But I mean, appearances can be deceiving. We are all Christ. It's our godlike divine ability for creation and imagination. Okay, but it doesn't seem like kind of a cop out to be like, you know what? Just being the way you are is God. Okay, well then, I'm not that interested in praying to that God. Just like, I mean, shitty old Eric is God. I already know that I don't have the answers to these things, you know. Obviously, if I were that, then I wouldn't need to pray to any other thing, right? I'd just be like, fuck it. I got all this shit, man. I got it all down. I'm going to kill it from moment one to the end of my life. I'm going to get 100 points on everything. Christos, human beings. You're overthinking. You're just missing the information. I mean, I'm not. I get what you're saying. You're saying that Christ is a metaphor of some sort that represents um, the best qualities of the human being, and that makes as a normative affirmation the basics of ethics, like negative ethics, rights ethics, and the basics of virtue ethics. In other words, Christianity presents justice as the highest value and forgiveness is the highest virtue. And is correct in that articulation, although it doesn't say so expressly. That's the gist of it. So, yeah, I get that um, that we understand that one way in which we understand and engage with ideas of God is we understand them as representing things other than God. And that those understandings of representations are not necessarily wrong. However, that's not a faith-based relationship, right? So in order to to qualify definitionally as God, the thing you're talking about has to be something that can only be believed in the face of contrary evidence or in the absence of evidence. That's what faith is, you know? So, also, it's important to note that I think the best kinds of relationships with God, quote unquote, are understood as behaviors. That is to say, prayer is a behavior of exercising faith. It's not an affirmation of any position, nor is it a negation of any position. You can have an intellectual understanding of what advocacies Christianity broadly makes, but you certainly can't put together any kind of cogent understanding of Christianity from the Bible. You have to cherry pick the elements that are correct and establish that this is what Christianity is, and note the irrelevancy of the most of the rest of everything, and sometimes the countervaluing or countervailing impacts of some of the rest of that shit. So I'm not a Bibleist, obviously. Did Geralt get a female option? Prayer is energetic manipulation and control. Well, I mean, it may be the case that prayer engages your energies and, in some sense, allows you to shape your energies, you know. But, like, plowing is digging dirt, but that's not why you plow, and digging dirt is not necessarily plowing. That's what we're dealing with prayer, right? Prayer is engagement with a magical thinking frame for one of a number of possible purposes, some appropriate and some inappropriate, okay? For me, instead of exclusively being about managing my energies, there was certainly some time in my last 10, 11 years where I sought answers to questions that reason couldn't answer via prayer as well. And once you've established that there's a question that reason can't answer, then it's appropriately answered, if at all, with a magical thinking frame, with caveats. Literally less than 10% of games have female pro tags, and people still make a point of pooping on it every time, and half of the player base is female. Like, sit down. You know what I suggest, Katie? Why don't you make a game in which all the protagonists are girls, and you can call it Cheerleader Bounce Around, and dress them in super skimpy outfits, and, you know, a lot of fan service. And then you can have girls be the main character. Okay? As long as they're presented for consumption by the male gaze. I know I'm triggered though, because you literally open up the topic with that law. But the point I'm saying about the plowing and digging the field, right, is like, to plow, you necessarily dig dirt up, right? But that's not why you're plowing. You're not plowing because you just want to make dirt fly into the air, right? You're plowing because you're breaking up the ground, you're preparing rows for planting of seeds and stuff like that. And the thing is, if you mistake plowing for digging up the dirt, then you might see somebody digging in the dirt with a little shovel, playing fill up a bucket, and say, oh, they're plowing. But that's not plowing, right? That is digging the dirt, but it's not plowing. So what I'm saying about prayer is the same. The analogy goes there. It's that, yes, prayer engages your energy manipulation or something. In other words, it does affect your energy and is a way of self-feedbacking on that. But that's not why it's done. And just because, and there are plenty of examples of things that aren't prayer. So it's not meaningfully informative about prayer. It's non-unique to prayer. Or if you say it like a joke, but it's literal reality, those are the only conditions when people don't go into a riot. And the only people who can possibly complain about that KE are a bunch of fucking dumbass incels. So just don't even worry about it. Just be like, can you stop being such a little bitch? Like, just because you're scared of chicks doesn't mean you have to take the clothes off of all of them in the game. You know, make it about their manhood. That's the only way you're going to get anything accomplished. Be like, if you don't agree with me and do it my way, you're not a man. You're just a sissy little girl. And they'll be like, I am too, man. I'm going to put those chicks, I'm going to make them old, unattractive, and fully clothed. Yeah. I'm trying to highlight the silver lining of um, amusement, I guess, even though it's unfortunate, I guess. But yeah, the problem is this, KE. People definitely should not freak out about that shit. But the reason they're freaking out about it right now is because there's a lot of backlash against wokest meow, you know? So because all this garbage was foisted upon the consuming public, like Ghostbusters, but now with chicks and they're trans and they're lesbians. You know, it's like because all this horrible garbage was foisted on the populace. Like for example, Wheel of Time. Amazon bought the rights to Wheel of Time and made a miniseries out of it, and they like changed the genders of people and they eliminated entirely the gender split magic system of the universe. Obviously, I couldn't watch it, but for a couple of episodes, it was so terrible. It infuriated me. Like, let things be what they are. Yes, it's important that, you know, everybody be able to tell their stories, their authentic stories. What's not a good idea is to inauthentically force wokeism on a bunch of bullshit. You know? So it is unfortunate that that being inclusive has gone so far astray from the virtuous aesthetic thing that it should be, right? It should improve art to be more inclusive because it is a good thing to be inclusive. There's no reason to have like only blonde chicks, only blonde 24-year-olds in a movie or something. It's just ridiculous. It's not representative of real life. You can't meaningfully get resonance in stories that don't represent real things. But it's also the case that, you know, in no real world is every other person trans, gay, lesbian, disabled. You know, it's ridiculous. And there's no reason to, like, the people who are forcing that shit onto narratives think that they're educating people in some way or think that they're achieving social justice. But they will only ever hurt whatever cause they're after in the absence of aesthetic success first. If it's not good art, then they're just going to make their little agenda associated with bad art experiences. And it's going to make people like me, who are very supportive of treating individuals like individuals and being meritocratic with individuals, choosing you by your actual merit, not by anything else, right? It's going to make people like me fucking super annoyed at wokeism, right? Because they destroyed Wheel of Time for no reason. The whole fucking series of books is predicated on a system in which The men can't currently use the magic because it's been tainted by the dark one. And the women can use their half of the magic because the women have one half of the magic and the men have another. And the women's is like soft and accepting, but they can work together and be more powerful. Whereas the men can't really work together, but they're like hard and they have to seize it and stuff. So yes, it's an example of existing kind of old school gender norms and stuff like that. That doesn't make it bad. It doesn't mean you need to change, get rid of that entirely, which is central to the whole fucking series. I mean, obviously, any intelligent person is going to say, whoever's making artistic decisions based on political reasons needs to be taken out back, whipped behind the woodshed, and told never ever to make art again. No, no, no. If you are prioritizing your political message over the quality of the media you're producing, then you just need to stop making media and get your fucking dumbass head out of your ass. Not all religious texts are false and misleading, Winston's mom started crude. Yeah, I mean, after all, I did write the updated, revised, corrected version of the Bible, which I could provide a link for if you want. It's only like 4 pages long. That one's not misleading at all or false. It's completely correct. 100%. 100% correct against its own magical thinking validation frame. And isn't that what really matters? The truth hidden in plain sight. Well, I mean, the problem with religious text is summed up as in one simple sentence. People have not universally adopted my corrected, updated version of the Bible. If everybody did, then nobody would be reading a wrong book anymore. And I was like, well, you can't just change and make a new Bible. It obviously needs a lot of correction and changing. It's all fucked up, you know? It's incredibly stupid. Like, nobody cares that Meow was the son of Meow, was the daughter of Meow. You know, it's like, shut the fuck up. This is not about religion. It's about some people who lived in the city in the desert or something. Like, just, we get on with the religious stuff. Like, don't violate other people's rights. Try to practice forgiveness as a virtue. You know, stuff like that. Actual religious stuff. And then they went to the town of Khan, and they stayed at an inn, and the daughter of the innkeeper was comely. I mean, no. That's what I'm going to say is no. I refuse to be dragged down by what we can now begin calling old Christianity, the old false Christianity that existed before Eric's new Christianity, this new Bible, and its promise of a bigger, more wired heaven. You know, my church, God's Big Heaven Church, is the first church to implement weekly holy water deliveries into people's homes so that they can be sure that if they get into an accident, God forbid they die, they have had some holy water recently, which we do recommend drinking, and have therefore absolved themselves of all sin. It's a straight shot to heaven that way. It's a bypass purgatory. You know, studies have shown If you go even 2 weeks without holy water, the time that you're going to stay in purgatory increases by decades. So it does, John, but apparently only you and I want to acknowledge that part. Acknowledge what part? I mean, I don't doubt that the Bible contains historical fact, but that's not the historical fact is not what religion is made out of, right? Religion is about what comprises virtue, what comprises sin. It's about potentially how to exercise or execute certain rituals that are built into a religion. You know, that could be in a holy book or stuff, but all this historical fact stuff, none of that is actually religious text. A religious text needs to do what a religious text should do. The Bible fails utterly, the Quran fails utterly. You know, they may do some of what religious text should do, but they also do a bunch of shit that either is irrelevant to religious text or stuff that religious text expressly should not do. You don't want to, you need to make things stay in their own lane, you know? It's like a religious text should not be a historical text, and it should not be a science text, and it should not be, it should not be a comic book. If you actually want a text to provide guidance to people on sort of cosmological level, then it needs to address non-corporeal concerns primarily, right? Historical records of where Joe went. First he went there, and then he went there, and there he went there. It's very corporeal. It's just nothing non-corporeal about that. The point is, don't worry about what the Bible is doing because you don't need that to do religion correctly. In fact, it will only inhibit your ability to do religion correctly because it's not a good book for that. You know, it's like trying to use the Thomas Guide to write a report on praying mantises. Some of you are off on your own tangent. I'm pretty sure Jesus was a socialist. Why? I don't think so. For example, he argued, give Caesar his due, not we the workers should overtake Caesar and place ownership of all the means of production in the hands of a few power-mad oligarchs. As far as I know, Jesus never said that. Dark Recruit, everyone is talking and not listening. I'm listening. I am listening. I'm reading what you guys say. You're upset that you're not being taken seriously. I'm trying to take it seriously. I'm explaining things. That's how I take things seriously. I think maybe the actionable new message regarding religion that is kind of a unifying one is number one, non-religious people, don't worry. We all understand, this is in a dream world, right? We all understand that religion is a magical thinking frame that can only be used in certain ways legitimately. And we will never try to use it in other ways. Number two, good news. For all you Christians out there, it turns out you were right. Christianity is the correct religion. But don't worry, I got some consolation for the rest of your religions. Your books were no worse than the Bible. we've had to scrap the Bible too, and we've got a new book. It's a lot shorter. It's like 4 pages and explains everything you need to know. So now that we've got it all right, we're gonna just all you Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, or whatever, you can just switch over to the correct religion now. Atheists, you do what you want. You know, it's like you have the different position on the whole category of thing. You're rejecting magical thinking frames categorically. A stupid thing to do, but nevertheless, accordingly, I can't expect you to choose the right magical thinking frame since you've categorically chosen against a magical thinking frame. So you're fine. Agnostics, same deal. You've categorically chosen against an answer, so you're fine. You don't need to worry about it. But people of every other religion, now that the Bible is correct, well, you can't stay in your religion without being wrong. So, I mean, there's no penalties in this life for you being wrong, but nevertheless, I'll know and you'll know that you're wrong. I was agreeing with Sean, so it's not just me having those thoughts. True, Darko Crude, your position and Sean, you two seem to be advocating on the same side. I'm not exactly sure what your position is though. Is it that the Bible proves something? Because if that's it, you're wrong. It does not prove anything. It just proves that people in the olden days were shitty at writing books. Did I tell you, Winston's mom, that we got some Omaha steaks from Rachel's mom? A big white box with big white styrofoam box with dry ice inside of it came, and it's filled with steaks and sausages and stuff. I don't know. It seems like the sort of thing that you might know about, something like maybe you order those yourself. It just seems like a Winston's mom kind of thing to not have to go to the store or have it delivered to you. It was a nice gift, yeah. I don't know what Rachel's mom is trying to accomplish here. Right? It makes me a little suspicious. Like, oh, why are you trying to curry favor? Hey, see, I was right. Winston's mom, the old intuition is real clicking today. Winston's mom has both received and sent Omaha steaks as a gift. Wow. She's a real Omaha mama. Is that what they call you? They call you the Omaha mama? Gifts that don't overstay their welcome. Couples who are older and looking for gifts do stuff like that for each other. So consumables rather than objects. Yeah, I prefer consumables over objects in general. I think a real connection transcends dumb shit like politics and religion. A real connection between people, you mean? That's why I don't date religious people to go to church 3 or 4 times a week. What's your maximum church a week? 2 churches a week? 1 church a week? 1 church every 2 weeks? I don't really have a problem if Rachel decides she wants to start going to church. It's just, I'm going to have to drive her there. I mean, I just go with her at that point. I would be frustrated at church. The reason I'd be frustrated at church, obviously, is because it'd be very obvious to me that whoever was up in front was doing a worse job than I would be doing. I don't want to be a preacher or a pastor. I don't want to have to give sermons in a church because I want to do it right here, right now, and have all the church people come here to listen to me, lecture them about religion. Listen, God loves you, yes, but He doesn't love when you do that. Okay? So knock it the fuck off. I'm kind of like Michael with my fiery sword, chopping people at God's behest. I'm in a church. I don't mind church. But if your whole life is church, then no. Yeah, well, some people are really into being part of a community in real life, right? And church is a community you can join without any real preconditions, you know? I get all my community needs by and large filled here just looking at black dots going up the screen. Maybe none of you are even real people, and you're all just a conspiracy to convince me that people are paying attention to me. And then once they've got me convinced, then they're going to pull the rug out from under me and say, ha ha, none of these are real people. You're a loser, Eric. And I'll say, boo, boo, boo. Embodying Christ is helping and tolerating all, not growing your hair out and preaching the Bible and Psalms. I mean, the thing is, I think it's good to aspire to be Christ-like, but I like to say, look, I'm not Jesus. And if you expect too much Christ-likeness from me, you're going to be in for a surprise. Like, I do think it's good to be. I like to think I'm a good person. I try to be nice. I want to have positive engagements with people. If somebody needs some kind of help, I want to be helpful. You know, it's like that doesn't require too much out of me. You know, I mean, I think that tolerance, quote unquote, let's leave tolerance away aside for a second. I think that patience is indeed a Christian virtue, but it's not the top level Christian virtue, and that would be forgiveness. Tolerance, what does that mean exactly? Like, why should I tolerate something unpleasant? I don't think anyone's well served by me tolerating something that needs to incur its natural consequence, you know? Remove religious labels like Christianity. Well, I mean, replacing it with Christ-like isn't gonna really do anything, right? You gotta come up with something that doesn't have Christ in it. Eric, help me, I need a vacation. Okay, why don't you go to um, Aruba? I think that's an island someplace. I want to get a girl from the church to go to church and read her Bible. So you want to meet a girl who goes to church and you want to say, hey, I just want to say this. Can I come over to your house and read your Bible? We could just read it here at the church. I think I really learn the Bible best when I read it in your bedroom. Infatuation and love are not the same thing. Who do you want to get plastic surgery on? Show me, do you? Me? Infatuation and love are not the same thing. Okay. KE doesn't love you anymore? All right. Well, KE, I hereby order you to resume loving show media. There. Solved your problem for you, show media. All new things lose sheen, even cars and bikes. They kind of are KE, definitely go hand in hand in romantic love. That's why love doesn't just happen to you like a lightning strike, infatuation might. See, you automatically get grouped in with religious zealots when you bring up alternative thinking. Who's grouping you in with religious zealots? I don't remember calling you a zealot at any point or suggesting you were. I'm just, yes, I have Adderall, yes. But the thing is, I slept a full night's sleep last night and I didn't go to bed last night until like early in the morning. I don't know, like sometime after 2 a.m. So it's not really like, and I slept like 8, I was in bed like 9 hours. So not you, Eric. Okay, well, thanks, Tucker, for clarifying. An astonishing amount of people over in Washington worry that Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian asset. Russian news calls her our girl. Well, you know, I would love to have sufficient name recognition and media coverage to be to be the target of Russian propaganda. I think Russia would be foolish to try to target me with such propaganda. Obviously, I'm not on Russia's side. I mean, I'm on Russia's side. I'm not on Putin's side. Better to go with the flow. No, it's opposite of sexy to plan everything. Really? I usually submit sex plans to Rachel at least a day in advance, indicating at what minute mark we'll switch positions and whole 9 yards. True, I just like clear things. Murky things aren't my things, whereas clear things clearly are. Trump's pick for Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, will be questioned over a 2017 meeting with Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad. You joke, but some of these chicks in here seem to actually be doing that. Seem to be doing what? Oh, planning all the sex? Do people really plan sex like that? I remember when my second wife wanted to get pregnant, she would be like, okay, I'm ovulating at this moment of this day. Ejaculate into me now. Okay. I'm not really loving this scheduled sex that has no interest or concern whatsoever in whether I want to have sex at that moment. I I'm not really loving that. Are you on OnlyFans with Rachel for 1 year for $500 million? Why? I don't want to do any charity show media. Why would I do charity? I'm not a bad person. Charity's bad. It infantilizes people you try to give charity to, among other things. Now, it's fine to be charitable if someone asks for help, you know. I remember taking a ball pen and drawing pubes on a Barbie. Gee, Barbie never lets her pubes grow even a millimeter. She's constantly naring. She was naring like the moment the very first pube started to grow and has been naring ever since. It's not 100% sure, but probably even if she stopped using Nair now, she's chemically burned away any semblance of pube that might have ever been there. Inviting perverts and like sexy weirdos to be, I don't know what. Oh, you're talking about OnlyFans. I mean, the only way Rachel and I would do OnlyFans for $500 million is Rachel and I would have to talk about it for quite a while and decide if it was worth it, you know? if Rachel were saying, "Look, I don't want to do OnlyFans either, but $500 million, come on, let's just do it. It's not like we have to be with anybody else than each other. It's just we're not going to have our naked parts hidden from view anymore. People will know what our naked bodies look like. And I guess they get to see how we have sex. But it's like, what would the contract be? Okay, Eric and Rachel, we're gonna sign you to this contract. It's gonna be almost as much as Shohei Otani's contract to do OnlyFans. You, old man, and his wife, you two, we're gonna pay you $500 million to do OnlyFans for a year. I mean, that's way more than Otani's contract because he's under contract for more than 1 year. You're saying that's how white girls have sex with each other? They take turns pretending to be the missionary and lecture the other one about Christianity. Do you live in the ghetto around gang members as drug fiends, Diamond? Didn't think so. I like the expensive RC videos. Expensive RC videos, huh? Watching model building vids is the best ASMR ever. Sometimes I like to watch boring things, like that thing on dam safety. I was watching the other day. Now I'm the missionary. Listen, you savage! You better be Christian! I am gonna beat you with this stick. Ew. Now you be the missionary. You're the savage! You have dark skin and do strange rituals. I live in the country where I don't always lock my door. I live in a place where I really don't need to lock my door, but we do anyway. To indicate how much we don't need to lock the door, I realized yesterday when I went over to the other house for the first time in, I don't know, long ass time, like weeks or months, that I had left the door open for weeks or months. Everything was fine. Nothing had happened at all. So, but we lock our doors anyway. I don't want to. I don't want to be surprised by some stalker who found us on YouTube and who. I mean, I'm not too worried about anybody who knows us on YouTube and wants to meet us or something, talks to us about it. But I'd be a little bit. I'd be very annoyed if somebody just showed up because that would make Rachel feel unsafe, I think. Trouble could do OnlyFans if he wants, but he has been castrated, so I'm not sure. It might make him feel bad about himself. I was homeless living in a storage shed for a year, and now I live in a 4-bedroom, 3-bed house with only my dog and I. Money isn't as important across the board. Money's important, but it's only important when you don't have enough of it, right? Like, Rachel and I spend, if we had 10 times as much money as we have, we'd still spend about the same amount of money. So it's like if that was a struggle, spending the amount of money we naturally normally spend on the various things that maintaining a household requires per month, in a given month, um, it would just basically be the same. It's conceivable that if we had a lot more money, Rachel would waste waste some of it on shopping and stuff, but because she seems to like to get objects. I don't like to. Some objects I love to get and have because they're great objects, but those are the exception. Most objects are just a pain in the ass. They just get in the way, and you have to do something with them, and you have to do something else with them. And, oh, I put that there, but now I have to move it again. But you're just putting it in one place and leaving it there, and moving to another place, leaving it there, and just wishing you didn't have it. That's how a lot of objects are. But Rachel likes to have objects, specifically the following things. She likes to have clothes. She likes to have jewelry. She likes to have makeup and perfume. Every once in a while, she'll toss in like a deck of tarot cards or something into the mix. The jewelry she wants, it's not like she's getting like gold rings with like we went to the store in town the other day with Dave, and I bought her, I don't know, some ring with some stone. It was a garnet, that's what it was. Silver ring with a garnet on it. It's not that expensive. Gold is expensive. Maybe like rubies and sapphires and diamonds are expensive and stuff. Garnet and silver, that's not that expensive. You might be thinking, well, how can you like wanna? How could you be a person who wants to buy, wants to have purchase jewelry? Because don't you quickly run out of things to put jewelry on? Well, the thing is, she doesn't. Someday, like she'll change her rings and her earrings or whatever. So some days she'll wear some rings and other days different rings. She seems to, that's her primary preferred jewelry is a ring, I think. But I raised an ex's son for 7 years. I loved it, but I don't want kids now. If I had more money, I would buy nothing unnecessary, just better quality necessities. Theodore Marvin DeBossi Jr. is a retired American professional wrestler, manager, and color commentator signed at WWE in 2024, out of 2024. The Million Dollar Man, Ted DiBiase wrestler. I still love the theme song. This man is worth $1 million. He's $1 million man. Are you still in the kid's life? And gold bars. I'd buy lands, lots of lands and real estates and gold bars. Cool. What are we buying all this stuff with? Are we getting a free prize from Sean? What are we getting? $1 billion? $1 million? $500 million? What? No, Kay. My ex gave her stepmother custody because she found out we were trying to get custody. They came with cops and took him while I was gone. I never got to see him or say goodbye. That's fucking horrible. Oh my God, that's horrible. Well, I'm glad nothing like that ever happened to me. I had, two ex-wives. Each of them at one point try to get out of line. Ex-wife number one talking about how I wasn't fit to parent my child because I did drugs and stuff. She'd fucking check herself before she wrecked herself because I gave her the tongue lashing of a lifetime and also made it clear that, you know, under no circumstances was I going to end this conversation without her conceding that she was never going to do that and that it was fucked up of her to ever even suggest such a thing. And of course, I won the argument because that kind of shit is not gonna happen. No, lady, no. Then the second wife, in the end of our marriage, she was trying to say, like, oh, well, we need to get lawyers so that we can figure out how much alimony you're going to pay me. Well, I'm not going to pay you any alimony, you dumb bitch. Why should I pay you alimony? Why do you deserve it? You have a full-time job. I have a full-time job. You're the one who's saying, no, let's end this. I'm ready to move on now. I'm like, I have inertia. I will stay in the relationship until it becomes either unbearable or you leave. So, so she didn't get any alimony. She got nothing. And first wife gave up on her foolhardy endeavor and continued to and resumed not caring. It's not like she was in Delilah's life, really. She was too busy living out the rest of the 20s that I had interrupted by marrying her, impregnating her, and then her, and then eventually verbally abusing her after she cheated on me until she left. So she did not deserve to have any say at all. It was because I believed in justice that I respected the the contract that we made in the divorce that we would formally split custody 50-50, but wouldn't have any specific arrangements in the language of the divorce because it was anticipated that Delilah would mostly be spending time with me, and then it turned out to be even more than that, right? Melinda realized I hated being a mother anyway. I'm just gonna go do my own thing now. So, um, so like, how dare she? Anyway, uh, then she did come back. Like she then like when I was like 7 or 8 or something, like 5 years after she left. Um, then she got with this new guy named Ray, who was all like, "Well, why aren't you spending time with your daughter?" Blah, blah, blah. And then she all of a sudden wanted like half time. Well, she didn't really want half, but she wanted like every weekend or something. It's just like, oh God. But she didn't even really want it. It was just Ray wanted it. And then when Ray and Melinda broke up, Ray did this crazy, weird, fucked up thing, which is he also broke up with Delilah. Like he's like, so I'm not with your mom anymore, and I'm not gonna see you anymore. Goodbye. And but he had been a steady stepfather in her life for I don't know 5 or 6 years at that point. And really the primary adult that she could rely on when she was at her mom's house. He was not a bad stepfather. But I was stunned when he pulled that shit. So, you know, bitches be cry. What I'm trying to tell you. Bitches be cry. I mean, the thing is, there's a natural separating that occurs with age. It's horrible to truncate that process, it's going to be probably in a lot of cases more hurtful to the adult almost because kids are more resilient. They uh, they can kind of reset to a new reality more effectively. Men do cry. Gee, I cry sometimes. I cry the manliest tears, tears that are strong, rugged, violent. I have strong, rugged, and violent tears. I don't know, show media. I haven't looked into that case. A lot of people ask me about it, but I don't understand why is it such a big story even? Is it like did he kill that healthcare company person because of some grievance over healthcare or something? Like, how is it also that the San Francisco police had identified him? Like, was he on a wanted list or something? I don't know. I don't know what the details of the story are. Didn't he just murder some guy? How is that terrorism? Yeah, I cry Marlboro cigarettes, Marlboro Reds. My sadness looks like a lone horse on a rugged Montana butte. My softness looks like the fierce teeth of a great white shark clamping down upon a helpless seal. Well, what does that have to do with anything? So the healthcare CEO made a lot of money. How does that? But that why? But why did the guy kill him? Why did the guy say he killed him? Oh, so he was making some kind of political statement with the murder regarding what? Healthcare corporations? I mean, it is true that mandating a middleman as a way of managing a country's healthcare is nightmarishly bad, the worst possible thing. Like, obviously, you want to eliminate all the health insurance companies as much as possible because they middlemen just drive up the prices. And you certainly don't want to mandate that people buy health insurance. If you do, you want to mandate that they buy only catastrophic healthcare insurance, like high deductible, low premium. In general, I think the government needs to discourage preventative care and wellness shit from people engaging in it under any current conditions. Like, if you want to sustain a solvent economy that isn't absolutely crippled by skyrocketing healthcare costs, we have got to stop this paradigm where you need to talk to a doctor not because there's something wrong with you. Like, you're not sick, you're blah, blah, blah. You're going there. Why? To get a checkup. We need to stop shit like the dentist pulled with me. Well, I'm not going to do your dental surgery until you get tested for diabetes. Okay. here's what I hope happens. I hope when I go get tested for diabetes, they say, we're not going to test you for diabetes until you pass a heart monitor test. And then at the heart monitor place, they say, we're not going to monitor your heart until you prove you're an American citizen. And then at the Social Security office, where I'm going for my proof of citizenship, they tell me, we're not going to let you prove you're a citizen until you get your dental surgery done. And I'll be like, no, I'm in an endless loop of purposelessness. Like, I go to the dentist to get dental surgery done, and he tells me to go get tested for diabetes. I go to my psychiatrist to have him prescribe me something for a side effect of the first prescription he's prescribed me, and he tells me to go to a general practitioner. Both the dentist and the psychiatrist are pricey, private. The dentist takes dental insurance, but who has it, right? He's in course gold, so it's like a bedroom community. He quoted me 25 grand for the top of my mouth. And I'm mandated a diabetes test. The psychiatrist doesn't even take insurance. Totally out of pocket. And apparently thinks that I'm made out of money. If the next doctor, the general practitioner, operates like my current doctor, he's going to charge a large amount for an initial assessment of me because he wants to get to know who I am and assess me in general. There's no possible way I can go and just get a prescription for what I want if he operates like my psychiatrist operates. I'm the greatest. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta work with Chloe. She called me last night when I was at the Turlock poker room, and I said, "Well, I'm not gonna be back till pretty late." She said, "Well, text me when you get back," and I did, but it was like 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning, or something. So she just called. I gotta go.